What's that flag when they went to the Capitol?
Oh. Cool. Hey, Annie.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Where do you sign in?
Good morning, sir. You can please sign in. Is it on an agenda?
Hello?
15 is
The agenda.
fire
item?
department.
Okay.
It's 15.
Yes, sir. 14 and 15, yes, sir.
Hello?
Doing all right?
Work in progress.
They okay?
All right. I think we're almost right on time, huh?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Please rise. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Jim Wells County Commissioners Court for February 24th, 2023, 10 a.m. Agenda item number 3, public testimony. I think we have 3 here, and I think we have 1 more right there. We have 4. Let's see.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, everybody out there on Zoom. Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Good morning.
Good, good. Sheriff, you'd like to say something?
Yes, sir. Just a report. We have 55 inmates, 7 female inmates. We have no inmates out of the county. The chief and the Lance Brown, emergency coordinator, are working closely with Coastal Bend Council of Governments in an effort to obtain the availability of $3.5 million for possibly getting some towers for the south and north of Jim Wells County. This is in the works, so we will keep you informed, Judge, and the commissioners, what direction we're getting the paperwork ready in order to tap into some monies for these towers that are going to be available. Again, there's $3.5 million available. On the 28th, we have the Apple towing auction that will take place. The viewing of vehicles is going to be March 1st. So we're prepared with that. The vehicles are ready to be auctioned. We responded to Fremont last night regarding a threat to the school district. We're working closely with the police department in Fremont on a threat towards the schools. I have officers out there working with the police chief and their staff. We also have several training that has been scheduled by our training coordinator. We have a training in March, but we'll have regional law enforcement officers coming to our training program that's going to be conducted here by us and our training coordinator on shield protection. We also will be meeting with the district attorney soon to see where the item that was purchased by them to install there at the courthouse regarding the safety and weapon safeguard our weapons in the event of an emergency or a crisis that occurs there at the courthouse. We will meet with you on a later date regarding that installment, Judge.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 4 that are currently here in the courtroom. We have the first one is David Giebert.
Good morning, Judge Trevino and Commissioners. I would like to first thank you for giving me the time this morning to address you and everyone present today regarding the Safer Grant Program that y'all are looking to apply for this year. My name is David Gieber, and today I am addressing you not only as a citizen of Jim Wells County, but also a first responder of Orange Grove and Jim Wells County. A lot of talk and discussion has been between elected officials, citizens, and first responders over the past few weeks regarding the reasoning behind applying for this grant. In the end, the main reason is for the protection and safety of citizens of Jim Wells County. However, it is my concern that the first responders and leaderships of the department's opinions have not been taken into consideration. The question I have for the court today is, has the Orange Grove Volunteer Fire Department or any fire department of Jim Wells County failed y'all? This question is asked today due to a post that has caused a controversial view of the response of the fire departments in Jim Wells County. It is in this case, if we have failed the county to give satisfactory services, why have we not been asked to reconcile these services? The Orange Grove Volunteer Fire Department has a strong sense of pride that we offer the best services possible. We strive to ensure our members are outfitted with the necessary equipment and resources, including training, to successfully handle the situations we are called for. This is done so with a small budget supplied to us by the city of Orange Grove and through fundraisers held in the year. When requested for assistance from the county is asked for, we receive the same answer. We will see what we can do. A list of equipment needed for the OGVFD was turned in 2 years ago with no success. Members of the community met in Orange Grove City Hall to discuss the allocation of funds through the ARP program. To this day, we have not received a penny. If the county does not have the funds today to give aid to departments, how do we expect to pay firefighters and EMS personnel after the grant period of performance expires? I believe that we all agree that protection and safety of everybody is a top priority for Jim Wells County. However, I also believe that our fire departments go above and beyond every time the tones drop, raising the questions, do we supply adequate services? Just a note, 6 of the 7 departments of Jim Wells County are volunteer-based. This means that the members do not receive compensation for their time while responding to emergencies. We are not here for any other reason to the help to communities that we are all a part of. All I ask today is that you take the time to have a discussion with the individuals who are currently on the front lines of these calls and address any concerns you may have with our response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did they want to speak on the item, the agenda, or they want to speak before?
We'll speak before this.
Speak on the item?
Hold on. We also have Mr. Seal Brandt.
My name is Seal Brandt. I'm sure most of you know me. I've been a long time, well, I'm born and raised in Jim Wells County, been here a long time. I have several questions that hopefully y'all will be able to answer when you get to discussing this. First of all, my understanding this grant runs out, then us taxpayers have to pick it up. Well, I'm retired. I pay $3,000 now to the county, being a retired person on a pension that doesn't increase. I really would be concerned for my taxes to go up. The Orange Grove Fire Department, who is an excellent fire department, and the Sandia Department, they're not for this. And you need to listen to the voters. And I'm sure if they knew that once this grant runs out, that their taxes will probably go up, would have a different outlook on this. Seems to me like it's money. I know the federal government, I worked with federal funds when I was a school administrator, and there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, a lot of details, a lot of bureaucracy. When we take away from our local and we build another layer of bureaucracy like the state government and federal government, we are hurting our communities. And this grant will hurt our community in Orange Grove. I can't speak for the other communities, but I am dead set against it. These people are dead set against it. To me, this is almost just a, how do you eat an elephant, a bite at a time? To me, this reminds me of the federal government. Gonna take a little bite, and before long, we lose our identity down here. And that's happened, especially in the East Coast and the West Coast. And I don't think we want to become like them. Hopefully you will turn this grant down and listen to the people. We are the voters. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Thomas.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. I'm also here to speak on the agenda item about the SAFER grant. As you guys well know, I've been a member of this community for my entire life, and I've volunteered for over 20 years as a volunteer firefighter for this county, and also as a paid firefighter from this county. So I can see both sides of the argument for the need for paid firefighters, because I am currently a paid firefighter. But I want to talk more specifically about this SAFER grant. Today, you're going to hear on, I don't remember which agenda item number is 15 and 16 or something like that. You're going to hear a presentation about the SAFER grant. It's a great program, wonderful program, and it has its place in the fire service. It's aimed at strengthening the force of firefighters across the nation. And I'm not discrediting that program. However, I do want to talk about how it's going to affect my community, the Bambolt community. From what I understand, today they're going to ask you to apply for or authorize somebody to apply for the grant to replace or supplement the volunteer firefighters. For the last 15 years, and we're the babies, we're the young ones, we're the little ones, the Orange Grove guys, the San Diego guys, those are the big brothers, we're the little ones. For the last 15 years, the men and women of the Bambolt Fire Department have donated their time, have sweated, have bled, have given up family functions, to volunteer their time at no cost to the taxpayers to respond to fires, to go train, to participate in community events such as Easter egg hunts, trunk or treats, delivering presents with Santa. And there's no doubt in my mind that those firefighters are committed to their communities. The SAFER grant is aimed at helping that. And there's different ways that the SAFER grant can do that. Replacing them or supplementing them with paid firefighters is not the way that is going to help the Bambolt Fire Department. Now, there are needs that we have in Bambolt, and we've been able to operate for the last 15 years off of grants, donations, fundraisers, and support from the Commissioner's Court. We also have an ESD that's in formation that's aimed at supporting our fire department. However, our need right now is not replacing us or adding paid firefighters to our crews. That's not what we're looking at. We have other priorities at this time. Priorities like a fire station. We currently don't have a fire station. We don't have bunker gear for our new firefighters. We don't have, we're struggling with communications. You heard the sheriff talk. We're working closely with them at solving our communications issues. So we have other priorities that take precedent over replacing us with a paid firefighter. I'm not asking you to deny services to the community. I'm not asking you to say that we should not apply for this grant. What I am asking you to do is put that in the hands of the firefighters. Put that in the hands of the fire departments that actually do respond to these fires. Not once has this presentation that you're going to hear today been presented to the Bambolt Fire Department. They're going to tell us how we should run our fire department in our community. Somebody that's not from our community is going to tell us how to run our community's fire department. That's not the voice of my community. So I'm asking you to not just, not allow us to apply or not apply for this thing. What I'm asking for you to do is provide the information to the volunteer fire departments. And if each one of those departments determines that that's what they need and that this grant can meet a need that can be addressed, then so be it. But it should not be forced down to us without our input or without our knowledge. I thank the individual that's going to present him today. Done a great job from what I can understand. I spoke with him last night. He's got a lot of good information and it may apply, but the solution, every fire department in our county is different. We all have different priorities and different needs. Some of us are a lot further along than others. Like I said earlier, we're the babies in the county. We're a lot further behind than some of our other big brothers. And so our needs may be different. And maybe there's a department in this county that is at a point where they need to hire some paid firefighters. And that's okay. That's up to that department. But it's not something that should be forced upon every fire department across the county, because not everybody is ready for that. For one, I don't know where we would even put them in Bambolt, because we don't have a fire station. So I'm asking you today to support the fire departments like you always have. I've never come to you and asked you guys for something and not gotten support. If I'm coming and asking for a grant and I have a carefully thought out plan I feel confident that you guys will support me on it. But today is not one of those days. Today is not a thought out plan for my community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Neil Atkinson?
I don't know much more to say than the other people have said, except there's no question that paid firefighters destroy volunteerism. Just look at Alice, Texas. What kind of volunteer fire department does Alice have? Zero. When I was a kid growing up, my dad and almost everybody I knew were members of the volunteer fire department of Alice, Texas. Today, nothing. The other thing is, when you start taking handouts from the government, which I know y'all love to do, there's a lot of strings come with it. And anyway, unless I could see more about this grant or whatever it is, I would certainly be opposed to it. But I'm not opposed to changing my mind, but in fact, I don't know where all this is coming from. I just got a call at 8 o'clock last night that it was happening. So I called one of my friends in Sandia, very active member of the Sandia Fire Department. He said, "What are you talking about?" He'd never heard of it. And so, anyway, I'm opposed at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the next agenda item is number 4.
I had one thing to mention.
Okay.
We had I made contact with a gentleman from the Bembolt area, Mr. Salinas, and he's with the Muflon company, and he's donating 2 frac tanks for the Palito Blanco area that's going to be stationed at the park, and we'll fill it up with water so we can use it out there whenever we need. And then we're going to set another one at Mike Solomon in La Gloria to cover that area. So that's I'll be putting that in the agenda next meeting so the people will have water available instead of having to drive all the way to Alice or Fremont to get water. So I just want to let you know that'll be happening.
Anybody else in the Commissioner's Court have anything to say during public comment?
I guess regarding
Once I tell the guys soon.
the Tecolote area and firefighting also, I've gotten with Patrick and Lance, working on, I know that we're trying to get a water well built for the walking park that we have there. And so we could use that water to put fire hydrants while we work on getting a municipal utility district, which we've applied our Colonia grant for that. And it's not only about having the water, we also need to work on training some members of the community to respond, to be able to have a truck there, to be able to, somebody can go turn on a truck and get it started while the fire department responds, because 15 minutes is a lot of time for a home and a life. Thank you.
I just don't believe that, anything that's going on today has nothing to do with us complaining about the fire department. I'm from Orange Grove. We have an outstanding fire department. I know Sandia also. It doesn't matter where there's a fire, they're there. And it's just something that's coming down, and if it can enhance, the time, I think that would be great. And it's not just firefighters, it's EMS. And
Commissioner, can you hold on just a
Okay.
second? Because no, because I'm going to ask our county attorney, because we have a lot of firefighters here, and that agenda item is not until agenda item number 15 and 16. Is there a problem that I move it up so we
Yes,
can
I would
accommodate?
recommend that you move it up, Judge.
Once I read, or you can. Okay. Jim Wells County Commissioners Court, we have agenda item number 4. We're going ahead and put that one on hold, and we're going to jump to agenda item number 14, which is a presentation and discussion of guidelines and criteria for staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grant, which is a SAFER grant, program for assistance with fire and EMS service in Jim Wells County. Okay, Commissioner, go ahead. I apologize.
Oh, well, I mean, are we gonna do presentation first and then discussion?
Well, you can continue on what you were saying, and then
Okay.
we can go into the presentation.
Okay, I mean, it's not all just fire. It has to do with EMS and you know, personally, for me, EMS failed my family because it took 29 minutes to get there. And if there's anything that we can do for EMS services, that's what I want to do. In fact, I was there today, this morning, and asked them if they had any kind of Jim Wells County radios system or anything, and he said no. And he said our radios don't even work. We were somewhere last week. There was 2 bodies on the ground, needed halo flight, and their radio didn't work, and these people didn't get help. And so one of the things that I want to start pushing for is if there's any way that these EMS can get, you know, county radios in case they need help, directions to get where they need to be. And again, like I said, it has nothing to do with what kind of job the firefighters are doing. Everyone knows, you know, they're doing a wonderful job. And if there's something that we can get, you know, for free, and I do believe, I'm not for sure, but I don't think that the county has to take this on after 3 years. I'm not for sure, but we'll find out here shortly, where it wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. So, I mean, we'll just have to hear the presentation and see.
Okay, who do you have presenting?
Mr. John Aarons. He lives in Jim Wells County, House Avenue, and he's put together this presentation.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
First, I want to thank those that spoke regarding this topic. It is obviously a very important topic to the entire community, and information. It's important to be able to express that. I'll talk more about this, but Chief Thomas, there's nothing in here that I'll be talking about replacing any of our volunteers. I absolutely do not advocate for that at all. As a citizen in this county, I appreciate being afforded this opportunity, this venue to speak about the fire and EMS services and SAFER grant in Jim Wells County. Prior to today, I met with either met with or talked on the phone with 4 of our fire chiefs in Jim Wells County. And I met face to face with each one of you. You were very gracious with your time, provided me and allowed me to express the ideas. All of the commissioners encouraged me to make a presentation to Commissioners Court, and that's why I'm here today. In this presentation, I will be presenting or providing information based on my research, some comparative analyses, and making observations, recommendations, and requests only regarding fire EMS and the SAFER grant. In the end, I am confident that you, as our governing body, will decide what to do with that information and make the best decision for your constituents and the county as a whole. As with anything new, I regret to have to say that there's been a lot of negativity said about me with regard to this, and my motives, my intent. I can assure you, I don't want a job. I don't want to be the chief. I am just a citizen presenting information to you today. I live in Sandia. My wife and I moved here a year and a half ago. We love our home. We love our community. My wife and I are both life members of the Fairfax Volunteer Fire Department in Virginia, where we came from. I am currently a volunteer in the Sandia Volunteer Fire Department. I very much enjoy volunteering under the leadership of my fire chief, Henry Barajas, and my assistant fire chief, David Bradfeud. They are good men wanting to serve their community, as are all the men and women that I have the privilege of serving with in the Sandia Volunteer Fire Department. Historically, when you talk about hiring career staff, everybody thinks we want to get rid of the volunteers. This is not unique to what's going on here in this county. I've seen this over my 40 years being associated with the fire service. I have to re-emphasize and reinforce, we are not trying to get rid of the volunteers. Volunteers are a tremendously valuable resource to the community, and they should be valued and supported. And nothing in this presentation will detract from that. My background, a 30-year career as a firefighter paramedic, suburban fire EMS department. I retired as a special operations battalion chief. I spent 10 years on a type 3 all hazards incident management team. Of the deployments, my team and I had the privilege to serve in Galveston, assisting that community and that city recover from Hurricane Ike. I worked in a very successful career volunteer combination department for my entire career. Volunteers and career members working seamlessly together, providing fire and EMS services to the community. That is why the fire and EMS department exists, is to provide the best service possible to the community. When it came to administration, training, SOPs, volunteer and career leadership work cohesively together for my entire career. There's still that now. With the SAFER program, staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants was created to provide funding directly to fire departments and volunteer firefighter interest organizations to help them increase or maintain the number of trained frontline firefighters available in their communities. The goal of SAFER is to enhance the local fire department's abilities to comply with staffing, response, and operational standards established by the National Fire Protection Association, 1710 and 1720, which is towards volunteers. Some of the awardees, the city of Salina, Texas, they are a department of 12 career staff and they have 50 volunteers. They were awarded $3.6 million in September of last year for hiring of firefighters. 5 other fire and rescue departments in the state received SAFER grant monies in 2022. Since 2015, 109 departments, both career and volunteer, have received funding for hiring firefighters or enhancing recruitment and retention efforts. The current criteria requires no cost share, match, or position cost limit, and the grant period for hiring our firefighters is 36 months. There has been a lot of discussion, and Judge, this was one of your biggest concerns, was the fiscal impact. I applaud you for that, sir. I'm glad that the judge in this county and the commissioners want to be fiscally responsible. Right now, with this particular budget, there is no maintenance of effort, which means at the end of the 3-year cycle, we are not required to keep those employees. However, I strongly believe that at the end of that 3 years, these individuals will have proven their absolute worth to the community, and we would want to keep them. This is just information directly from the grant criteria that I copied and pasted. Talks about the maintenance of effort, but there is none. And the date right now is March 17th, the deadline for application for this particular grant cycle. I'm going to talk a little bit later on about an option if we don't decide to go with career staffing and how it can help and supplement our volunteer departments. Grant eligibility: volunteer and combination fire departments may apply for funding under both hiring activity and the recruitment and retention activity. However, and we could actually do that this time, we could apply for both career firefighters and volunteer, but we'd have to send in 2 different grants. You can't do both on one single grant. Response times, that's what we've been kind of talking about. Response time to a fire, vehicle accident, or medical emergency is very often a critical factor in affecting outcomes. Currently in our county, in this area, our stations are not staffed by people around the clock. Call comes in the communication center. If it's a fire call or vehicle accident, notification goes out to the closest station. I heard a dispatch the other day for Fremont on the Who's Responding app that we have. And it said Fremont Station, report of a house fire is being evacuated. That's what I heard for dispatch. If it's an EMS call, it's transferred to Allegiance Dispatch. If volunteers are available, they go to the station, load their gear on the apparatus, and head to the scene. And all of the folks that I asked when I did the research on this, generally an average of 10 to 20 minutes before the apparatus leaves the station. Last week, as I stated, I am a volunteer in Sandia. I received a call for a assist Orange Grove with a fire of 624. I got in my vehicle, I drove to the station, took me 14 minutes to get to the station, a couple minutes at the station, and about a 15-minute response time. So about 30 plus minutes to get to that call. The NFPA we talked about earlier for deployment of suppression operations, emergency medical operations, special operations to the public by volunteer departments. The national standard is 6 to respond, 6 personnel responding, and response time in 14 minutes. Again, getting back to, it took me 14 minutes just to get from my house to the station. It's just the way it is right now. That's all. That's not a criticism of anybody. Again, for my research, when I asked about equipment that is sent on house fires, in Alice, there's 2 engines, 1 Quint and an EMS unit. Quint is their ladder truck and also has engine company capabilities. In Corpus, they get 3 engines, 1 ladder truck, 1 EMS unit, and 1 battalion chief sent on a house fire. We have, again, dependent on the number of volunteers that are available at any particular time during the day, could be 1 to 2 tankers or any other equipment. Again, it just depends on time of day of the week, I'd imagine, the amount of apparatus and personnel available. Response time on emergency medical responses, the time between notification of an occurrence and the ambulance arrival on scene. Consequently, EMS can have a considerable impact on the overall patient outcomes on how long it takes to get to a patient. The national standards for EMS response time, about 14 minutes. The agency should strive no less than 90% of the calls in under 13 minutes. And as you heard from Commissioner Chapa, it was 29 minutes before anybody got to her mother for that. My fire chief, Henry Barajas, when I spoke with him, he shared with me that when his father went into cardiac arrest, they were doing CPR for 39 minutes before an ambulance showed up. EMS response in Alice, 1 engine, which 3 personnel, 1 ALS or mobile intensive care unit, what they call them, with 2 personnel, it's 5. Pretty much the same in Corpus Christi, except that Corpus Christi has paramedics on their engines. So if they're able to do advanced life support if an ambulance is further out when they arrive. And in our county, we have 3 EMS units with allegiance to cover the county with 2 personnel. If the personnel get on the scene and they need assistance or lift assist, they will call for a lift assist. And again, unknown how long it would take to get there, which leads to increasing the time it takes to transport the patient to a medical facility. In Jim Wells County, we have a population as of 2021, 38,000 people, 868 square miles. And like I say, we have 1 medical or 1 mobile intensive care unit for every 12,949 people. And actually we're below the average. The average is 21,057 So it's emergency service response time that we're looking at in the county. Data I was able to get from the sheriff's office regarding the number of calls run last year. We ran 2,633 EMS calls and 749 fire calls in Jim Wells County last year. The overall goal is to decrease response times to all of these events and have EMS first responders on those fire apparatus so they can initiate care. So my proposal, my request, again, this is John Aaron's making a request and proposal. Create the Jim Wells County Combination Volunteer Career Fire and EMS Department. Obtain the SAFER grant. Hire enough personnel to maintain a minimum of 2 staff members per station in the county for daytime hours only, 7 to 5. Our volunteers, as we know, freely give of their time to provide this service to the community, but they have jobs. They have to support themselves. They have to support their families. By hiring these folks who would be minimum firefighter 2, structural firefighters, and EMTBs, and have some wildland firefighting skills, would be during the day when most of those volunteers have to work. Nights, weekends, holidays would still be all volunteer. Update the dispatch algorithm for structure fires and EMS incidents to provide more resources upon initial dispatch. As I told you, when I heard the dispatch come out, it was one station that was responding to this house fire. If you'll remember on previous slides, even in Alice, they get 3 suppression pieces, two engines and a ladder truck, quint, and EMS unit. We know we don't have EMS units in our fire stations. And the EMS units go on fire calls, not just for potential victims that might be out there, but they're also there to support the firefighters if anything happens to any of the firefighters on an incident. By sending more resources, I'd rather have resources and not need them than need them and not have them. When first arriving units get on the scene and don't need additional resources, they simply put them in service. Develop or update mutual aid agreements with all surrounding departments and counties. Develop a complete set of protocols, standard operating procedures for all fire and EMS personnel in the county. And provide a local nighttime fire school for all volunteers in the county free of charge to become firefighter 2 or structural firefighter certified. This will greatly increase or reduce the consistencies in training and certification levels on the scene. One of the chiefs that I met with described that from an incident command perspective, when units arrive on scene and you're not sure what level of training the folks have that are on those rigs, you don't know if you can give them a particular assignment that they would be able to carry out for you. If we are able to bring all of our firefighters to a certain level and require that as part of a minimum staffing on the rigs, at least they know, that incident commander knows that if I give an engine a responsibility, they'll be able to do it. Benefits: immediate response to fire and EMS events, no waiting for personnel to arrive at the station. Greatly reduced response time to EMS and fire calls. Governor Abbott's State of the State address, he talked about the fentanyl crisis and treating that with Narcan. The EMTs that would be on these engines, these first responders, these first responding EMS, would be able to treat those fentanyl or any opioid overdose with the Narcan spray. So we're getting EMS quicker to these folks and potentially saving their lives as a result. First responders can initiate patient care faster, report clinical status to incoming medic units. EMS units on the scene will not have to wait for a lift assist, thereby increasing more rapid transport to a medical facility, because both Alice and Corpus send both an engine and an EMS unit on EMS calls. It'll be a resource for any citizen stopping by the fire station for assistance. Volunteer personnel can still go to the station and respond with other apparatus remaining at the station. So by having these 2 personnel responding in a piece of apparatus, Nothing has to change with the way the volunteers are doing it now by responding to the station and then going to the call. We would just be getting some eyes on quicker. And obviously they would be following all safety measures. One of the things when you're talking about a house fire, you have to satisfy 2 in and 2 out before you commit to going into a structure. And obviously these paid firefighters, when they arrive on scene, they would be making an assessment, realizing what resources that they need, waiting for additional help to arrive on scene before they would initiate an interior attack. So what will these employees do when they're not running calls? We're not just doing this to get employees to run calls. They'll be ensuring apparatus equipment readiness and cleanliness, maintaining the fire station, managing and implementing programs, smoke detectors. In my former department, we were donated 4,000 smoke detectors. We went door to door, knocking on doors, providing smoke detectors to apartment buildings, single family homes. Car seat installation. I took a 16-hour car seat installation course. We would have our folks trained to install car seats for all of our parents that have children in car seats to either check them and evaluate them. There's also a chance to get donated some car seats to maybe able to provide to some of the indigent. But these families can stop by the station and have car seats installed and checked by these personnel. They would be CPR instructors to certify and recertify citizens and city or county officials or employees, I'm sorry. Teach basic first aid, building pre-plans that they would complete and share with sheriff and police departments and surrounding fire departments. So building pre-plan is, for instance, this building here, you would have a layout of each floor where the rooms are, any type of fire suppression systems, any information. That could also be helpful to law enforcement if there was a law enforcement event in the building, and they would be able to look at perhaps where the areas in the building are to commit resources. Area familiarization, they get to know the area very well. GIS mapping to share with surrounding stations. You have an example of that in the kit that I gave you. What this GIS mapping does is shows a neighborhood, all of the streets, shows where hydrants are, and shows directions and to get to that location. I spoke with a very nice lady, Juliette Wood, in the appraisal office, and she has offered to provide training to our staff to complete those. Those maps would be shared, again, with all of the responding agencies coming into any particular area. So anybody that would be unfamiliar with the area would have that information available for them. Residential fire safety inspections, fire safety education in schools, businesses, and community events, and recruit volunteers. Give a face to the fire department out there in the community. The new employees will adhere to the assigned station chain of command procedures, but ultimately report to the Commissioner's Court as the hiring authority. Desired goal is to develop a countywide set of protocols for all personnel, career and volunteer, to follow when in the fire station and responding to and operating on emergency incidents. This would involve active input and collaboration from all county volunteer chiefs, the Alice Fire Chief, and the EMS director with allegiance or their designees. As stated earlier, and Chief Thomas mentioned it too, that SAFER does have benefits from volunteer, and here's kind of a list of them. Marketing costs to recruit new volunteer members, salary and benefits for recruitment and retention coordinator. I would advocate for doing that to get more volunteers and to keep them. They also cover physicals, cadet program, the cost of a department staffing needs, tuition assistance through SAFER grant, including college tuition, professional certifications, coursework for the volunteers, and reasonable cost for the administer it. So anybody who would be providing reports, administering information to back to the government would be funded through that as well. And the hiring activity is a 3-year. The recruitment and retention activity, again, is up to 48 months. So if you elected to apply for a SAFER grant towards doing some of this for volunteer recruitment and retention activity, it would be up to 4 years. And again, because there is no maintenance of effort on this particular grant cycle, you'd not have to keep that person after 4 years. I don't know what each grant cycle, FEMA does change the criteria. So we don't know if that's going to be the case with the next. I do know that when I spoke with FEMA, they indicated that this would be probably in the fall. And you'll notice that the grant criteria says 2022 because they're still playing catch up from last year. So they have not released the 2023, and he said maybe that would be in the fall. On Free News on February 2nd of this year, Brandon Schaff, the reporter, said over the last decade, Jim Wells County has seen an increase in the need for emergency services. With enhanced staffing levels, citizens in need should experience a considerable reduction in response times and increase in the number of trained personnel assembled at the incident scene. Volunteer departments can also benefit greatly by launching a campaign to recruit and retain volunteers, something I advocate very, very highly for. Increased safety for fire and EMS personnel operating on incident. The better trained our folks are, the safer they're going to be operating in a hazardous environment. With the ever increasing demand for services, enhanced fire and EMS response and capability in Jim Wells County will positively affect patient care outcomes, reduce property damage, and increase responder safety. On a recent news report by Spectrum News 1 regarding a fire in Tecolote, they talked about having a fire substation closer. Would that have made a difference in that situation? We don't know. But having broader fire department coverage, in that same report, our good sheriff, Sheriff Bueno, said that it would be a blessing to the citizens of Jim Wells County if we had that additional or broader fire department coverage. I thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir.
Can there be a response since we've seen a bunch of information up there?
Yes, that's what I was fixing to say. All you that spoke earlier, y'all can speak again if you'd like, and I want to open it up for discussion. Patrick, go ahead.
Judge and Commissioners, again, I don't know how much time I have to speak, but I can tell you that a majority of what he talked about is either already in the works or is already done by my department in Bembo, and Alice included. The recruitment and retention stuff, that's a good piece. However, I don't need help getting the word out that I need volunteers. That's not why I don't have volunteers. I need help getting the equipment and the PPE to staff the volunteers. That's again, my need is not having more. My need is supporting the ones that I already have. Every department in here is probably going to tell you a different need that they have. It's not one answer fixes all the fire departments. And that's why my suggestion to you is let's get this grant information to each one of those fire departments and let them evaluate how it can help them, and let them come back to you and tell you, yes, we can apply for it, we can sustain that, and this is what we need to apply for on a different, each individual different department. I'm not going to sit here and argue with the guy about what we can and can't do or how good I am or how bad I am. That's not what I'm here to do. Again, I'm not discrediting the Safer Grant. It's a great program. We're all at different levels, and it can help us at different levels. And speaking on behalf of the Bembo Fire Department, hiring firefighters is not that level for us at this point. Thank you.
Judge, I did not get to sign up. I got here a little late because of the construction.
No problem. You can be next.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I just want to mention a couple of items that he mentioned. No doubt he gave a great presentation. A lot of bureaucracy in there. Who's going to be the coordinator? You're telling me that one or two paid people in Orange Grove and you got 20 volunteers, that's not going to create some problems. Then I got some oceanfront property in Las Vegas I want to sell you. You know, that's not going to work. You're either going to have to go all paid or none paid, because the human element enters into that. And I think each of you know what I'm talking about. That's like you people not getting paid, but the judge getting paid, the rest of you not getting paid. How would y'all feel about that? Not too good. In other words, I could bring up other issues, but those are two major ones you need to really think about.
Good morning, everybody. As a community member of Bembolt, also volunteer with the Bembolt Fire Department. Not as active as I had been, but I want to speak on behalf of the taxpayers.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Steven Perez. Sorry, thank you. I think I applaud the effort. I really do. I think everybody in this room has the same ultimate goal. The goal is to provide the community with the emergency services that are necessary. If you think about it from a big picture perspective, ask the main question: why is there a volunteer fire department in any of these areas? Why? Why do they exist? You can argue it in many ways. You can point fingers, but that's not productive. To not be productive would be to say it's because our county hasn't gotten us emergency services where we need it. You can do that, but that's not productive. And that's not the way we need to work together. We need to unite and build something that we can do together. Every volunteer has gone through TEACS training, has gone through formal trainings that are adequate, that get them to the same level. But for the most part, when you're thinking about what they're trying to do, they're not EMS, they're not EMTs. I spent a career in healthcare administration, so I understand outcomes, I understand statistics and what we need to do for our community. At the same time, they're volunteering. You put two paid guys in there, where are they gonna be? Are y'all gonna build stations? Y'all gonna buy property? Y'all gonna buy more equipment for them? Because if you send someone to my house to pick up my kids and you're gonna pay them to take my kids to school and I volunteer to do it as a dad, how does that work? You know, I'm gonna feel like, why am I even doing this, right? You got young generation coming in wanting to do the right thing and step up. And I'm not saying it's bad, and I applaud you for what you're trying to do. You're trying to get us to that next level. And this is probably the discussion we really absolutely need to have from a county perspective. We've had situations where EMS was called and they didn't respond. Who owns that? I asked that question. Who owns emergency services for Jim Wells County? That's a question. It's rhetorical. Don't need to answer, but answer it yourselves. Who's responsible for that? Is it Alice Fire Department? Who, by the way, if you really want to get technical, Alice responds to stuff we need in our communities. If you ask the taxpayers, are you okay with paying them to go to Bembo, to go to these other towns and help? What do you think they're gonna say? No, that's my taxpayer money. Why are you doing that? It's the city. But they do it to help because we're all in this for the same reason. That's the idea. And again, there's no bad guys in this room. We just gotta have a better thought out, formulated plan where you involve these guys because they put everything into it. If you're gonna put two guys at Walter's place, are you cool with that?
Nope.
So you're gonna have two guys at his house.
I don't have a station. I have no place to put these.
It's his house, it's his property. Where are you gonna build us a station? Are you gonna buy new trucks? Because most of what we got is grant. Some of the county, all our bunker gear, grant. Some of the county. I think where we need to do is unite together as a group. And the same things we're doing that we get funding for, we try to include every department, right? Like, hey guys, we had this training coming with TEACS, get in on it, right? So that's where we need to unite. We need y'all's leadership to unite these efforts because we're all on the same page. We really are. And I really applaud your intent because life saving is the ultimate goal. But these fire departments are not EMTs. We're in a rural market. It doesn't work like that. We need to step it up on the EMT side. I totally agree. Totally agree. From the fire perspective, we just need to unite. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi,
How you doing?
my name's Bianca Matthews. I'm from the Tecolote area, the north side. I'm really appreciative that y'all are out here actually having this discussion. I know that there was a fire at the end of the month in our area. We had a lot of the fire stations respond. And let me just say on behalf of our community and the family, we saw how hard and diligently y'all worked and y'all wanted to get there. But we understand we need a better resource for them. We understand that we've been here for 50+ years and we have yet to see anything grow. It's not an aspect of our firefighters not doing a diligent job, because we know that they want to. We know that that's their purpose. When they volunteer, they want to save lives. And when we had the fire that unfortunately claimed a whole trailer and a young man, it was really an eye opener for the entire area. And it kind of took a sense of security and comfort from the people in the community, realizing we know the distance from Alice to our area has always been the same. We know that response time for us has always been 15+ minutes, whether it's a huge emergency or not. And we don't blame that on anybody, because we can't change travel distance, but we're asking that we grow and move forward in trying to provide a better resource, not only for our citizens, but by growing. And I listened to Mr. Ayers and his presentation, and there were plenty of things that I like, and I heard the concerns about wanting to be valued for the job that y'all do when you volunteer for them and then offering to pay someone else. So I believe that if not only our officials and our firefighters get together and they discuss and they compromise at this one proposal that has been given, take out, conversate, see what works, what doesn't work, so that way it better services the humans, the citizens of our county. Because like he said, it's not an aspect of not having bodies to put there, it's an aspect of not giving them resources they need. During the fire, we ran out of water. It took long to refill. We ran out of oxygen, so they had to get more. Those are all things that are implementing and they're moving. We're not allowed to save that life. I know that fires are natural disasters, they're natural tragedies, but we can better provide resources for our citizens and our firefighters to be able to have a chance to not only save their family, their friends, their households, to give them an actual opportunity. Because when we look at a 15-minute gap in a fire, it's insane. I was one of the first people that got to Miss Davila's house when it was burning. Even when we tried getting in the house to save this young man, reality struck me that we had no resource, that we're humans. We should have at our fingertips, and we had nowhere to run. I physically stood there with this family for 13 minutes watching this fire burn everything. Houses can be replaced, things can be fixed, but lives can't. And it wasn't just the life that we lost that day, but our community now has a sense of, are we going to be okay? What if this could have been even worse? We lost a life, but what if it was windy? What if it would have gone out of control? How would they have been able to have these resources? So I'm asking the court, on behalf of Miss Davila, her family, on behalf of all of our people in Tecolote and all of the small colonias out in these rural areas, that we know it's not a lack of people caring for us. It's a lack of, they don't have what they need. They need a better solution as far as to how they can get to us, or having a proper tank. We're in an area, I know that y'all have done an amazing job lately at trying to get the Tecolote area up and growing, putting new things in there. And all we're asking is that you continue to do that. So I know that you mentioned that y'all were looking into the water well and stuff for the community, but we're asking that while you are trying to reach the big goal, that you provide us with a contingency plan, not just us, but our firefighters, so that when they do have to feed out to our area, there's an emergency water source at our community building. We don't need to buy property. It's already there. It's cleaned. It's perfectly located. So that way, if our firefighters run out of water, it's right there. They don't have to travel all the way back to Alice. We don't have to have extra time waiting for us. There's a way for us to do these things without affecting taxpayer dollar, without affecting our firefighters' resources, because we understand what they do for us. They have come out plenty of times to our area, and it just kind of feels like we're in a repetition, because this is not new to us. We've known I'm 34 and I've known for 34 years. It takes 20 minutes for y'all to get to us, and it's not changing. The distance isn't going to change. So we ask that y'all broaden your minds and change the course so that you can provide us with an extra contingency plan while you're physically working on a big goal, so that it better helps us as citizens if they are not there yet. We actually had a citizen when Tecolote first was established, Mr. Gonzalez, who actually had an old truck, and he would just keep a water tank in there. And he did what y'all do. Every time that a fire would break out in our Tecolote area, he would hustle with his little truck and try to go get the fire out. So when I think of those things, I think these are people who don't get paid. They don't expect anything. They're generally trying to help their fellow citizens, their community. So I know that we've received a lot of calls saying, if this does work out, there are people willing to take the course, to get certified, however it is that y'all feel comfortable doing that, so that they can better help you guys with our community and our citizens. We just want the opportunity to do that so that we can give back, so that we can also take responsibility for our community and give back to our citizens and make sure that they're safe. Because I know that being there for this fire was really changing for me as a parent, as a human, knowing that you wanted to get in there, that there's somebody in there and you want to help so bad, but there was no way to do it. And I just want to make sure that young Davila did not die in vain, and that we use some sort of silver lining from this tragedy to learn what we can do. If we focus on what we can do, I think we can do great things. I think that it's a possibility that we can finally get a solution, even if it's not 50, we can grow towards that. We can start small and grow towards providing everyone water in their residential homes. But we can start by giving them a plan so that if something happens, there's a tank available. Somebody can drive it because they're certified. It can help you guys. I know realistically, we may not have saved that house. I was there. Realistically, I know odds were really slim, but we may have had a chance at saving him. But there was no resource. We couldn't slow the fire. We couldn't dampen the area. We couldn't spritz anything. And it's really saddening and disheartening to know that although we couldn't change all the aspects, and I know that because that's just reality, but it feels like what we could maybe change, we couldn't. And it was all an aspect of, we just need to grow. We need to learn how to voice our opinions so that you hear us, so that all of us can come together and unite. Like you said, you have questions, they have concerns. Our citizens also have those questions and concerns. So I think we're asking that you not just shoot down this proposal, that you really do look closely at it and implement what works and what doesn't, so that it can better provide for all of us. Because I come from a rural place, but there are many like us. There are so many little colonias that are so very underdeveloped, and it's just a lack of people recognizing that they're undeveloped, giving them the attention that they need. Aspects like this, we don't have to jump straight into the gun and change everything at once. But if we work slowly and change the things that we can change, we can change the big picture when we don't realize it. If we provide them with better resources and better options, then they have better response time. They don't have to travel 15 minutes to fill up. They don't have to find a way to get extra water. Those things are there in place for them. So instead of wasting 15, 20 minutes to get back over here, another 15, 20 minutes to fill up a tank and then get back to our area, the tank's already there. It's able for anyone to utilize. So that's all that we're asking as a community, that we learn something from this, and that y'all please do not just shoot it down, that we look for an actual solution. We're 50 years established, and I think it's about time that we have a contingency plan, because it's very easy. It's very cost effective to get an old truck, or to even just leave 1,000-gallon tanks at the building that are filled so that they have access to them, so that instead of an hour that it takes to fight the fire, maybe we would drop it down. Maybe we drop it down to 20, 30 minutes. So there's no travel, there's no distance. So that's what we're asking, is that you give our sense of comfort, our sense of security, because I know for one, I felt my family's life, I was worried for the first time. I know we all know what fires are, but actually witnessing that and knowing someone is in there that could have been any one of our family members, that was really awful to know that we're standing there. And I want to make sure that nobody in our community ever has to endure the sense of hopelessness, because honestly, that was the feeling that we were really feeling when we saw that fire truck pull in. It was like a sense of relief, even knowing there was nothing we could really do anymore because it was so out of control. But it was like a sense of, hey, somebody's here to help us. Like, we're not alone anymore. But that 12-minute span felt like 2 hours, guys. Knowing that someone was there and we could not change that. So Tecolote is asking that we grow forward. Growth and change does not mean that someone is doing a bad job. It does not mean that anybody is terrible. It just means that we're at a point in our county that we need to provide a growth, and we need to provide opportunity, and we need to provide better resources so that we can continue to get better, because they are proud of their jobs. They want to continue their jobs, and we want them to continue because we realize they're valuable, but we need to give them what they need in order to do those things. So out of any of the aspects, I think you need to listen to our firehouses, listen to our firefighters, because they're the ones that are out there. But we need to listen to our citizens as well, because when we're in an area where we feel a sense of uncomfortable and we feel worried, because that's the sense I have had every night since this fire. Are we going to be okay? Is there going to be a fire that breaks out? How do we know they're going to get here in time? Which right after Miss Davila, we had another fire in the area. So it's just been, I think we're at a point in Jim Wells. We even saw the big fires out in Ben Bolt last year. We are in a repetition of like fire season. So if we're going to make a change and we're going to provide resources, I think that this is the time to do it, so that we can all get together and actually find a solution that works. Stop focusing on problems and focusing on what doesn't work, and grab everything that does work so that we can move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I could just add to that.
Yes.
I just wanted some reassurance for some of those things that you talked about already. Our commissioner, I know personally that Commissioner Gonzalez has already worked on the tanks earlier. Commissioner Gonzalez, we've communicated, we've talked about volunteers out there. We've talked about getting tanks out there. So those things are being done, and this grant doesn't do this.
Yes, I know these grants don't do it, but these grants open up the discussion. That means that we're no longer closing our eyes to problems that have existed for 50 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you please announce your name?
I'll keep it very short. I'm Steve Robertson. I'm an EMT paramedic firefighter for the Bimbo Fire Department. Many of you know that we had the ambulance service here for many, many, many years, and an instructor for paramedic and these types of things. One of the things that we need to consider, though, is a grant like this is important. There's no question about that. But my concern is when this grant runs out, is this county prepared to either terminate all these contracts with these people that you just hired, or how are you going to pay for them? Because it's not going to come out of the general public's pocket. They're going to have to be taxed. You're going to have to either keep these people on the payroll, and let me give you an example. Any given time there's a fire in Bimbolt, Texas, you have anywhere from 9 to 12 people that respond that the county does not pay 1 penny for. They do it free. Bimbolt Fire Department has EMTs, firefighters, and paramedics that work there 100% free at all times. But my concern is when you start hiring people and you say, okay, I'm going to give you a job, but oh, by the way, you need to tell your wife or you need to tell your husband in 3 years from now, you may be unemployed. Who's going to go to work in a jurisdiction like that? That's something that needs to be thought about. Thank you.
What, anybody? Yes, sir.
I was gonna sign up, but you started the Pledge of Allegiance before I signed up, so I apologize.
No problem. Just,
Abraham Aguilar from, I represent Sandia ESD.
and I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak. The presentation was wonderful. I didn't hear about it till last night. Kind of hurt my feelings that I didn't hear about it, because I think if you want to do something like this, it should be spread out with the departments that it's going to affect, and then maybe we can get some momentum behind it, and we could have done something different. But I don't think that you know, if we had abundance of income coming in from companies coming to Jim Wells County and this and that, yeah, let's build for the future. But right now we're in a stalemate. We're losing people. We're losing companies, right? So we can't. It's going to run out eventually, and we can't afford that right now. And what does the future look for Jim Wells County? We don't know. We don't know. Have we done a 5-year plan and see if the petroleum is going to get any better? We're going to be the hub city of oil field like we were before. We're going to have companies come back in. I don't see that happening with the oil fields coming like this. So, you know, I just don't think, and I think everybody that spoke here was correct. Take it to the fire departments, let them look at it, let them decipher what they need, what our needs. My biggest concern, and I think this is not off the record, not so much the grant, this one. Our biggest concern should be communication. Our towers have been bad since your administration before, the administration last time, and we still haven't got good radio communications. That would help the departments, Orange Grove, Sandia. That we've been complaining for that since I got on the ESD board, and that's always been a problem. I've been up to the Commissioner's Court before, and we've talked about it, and everything seems to be, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. We still have that same problem. The time that lapsed for you get communication to the EMS for your mom, I mean, that maybe could have been avoided if we had good communication system for Jim Wells County. That's all I'm saying. If we're going to spend money, let's spend money on something that can fix the problem right now. So with that, I just wanted Sandia to be represented, the ESD. We spend our tax dollars, we spend them wisely. With our department, we have some good equipment, thanks to you guys and thanks to grants that we put in for. The Orange Grove Fire Department does the same thing. Just one quick to the people in Tocolote, we have training on Mondays, and I'm sure Orange Grove has training on something. If you could get some of your guys to come over to the training, we'd love to have them, you know? That's because we can have all the equipment in the world over there at your place, but if somebody don't know what to do with it, it's not going to help anybody. So I'm sure that if you get with the Orange Grove Fire Department and you get with our Chief Barajas, we'd be glad to help you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Suggestion, why don't you table this and visit with the community fire departments and get more information to them, because making a decision today is a bad way to handle this. As you can see, the fire departments are not in favor of it. Sit down with them, have a general meeting, bring the fire chiefs and members, sit down, go through this thing, and throw out what you don't like, keep what you do like. As the lady said, they need a tank out there so when they do have a fire, they don't run out of water. You know, the big Edwards fire they had here, that's right there by the fire station. The building burnt down. So, you know, there are a lot of, why did that happen? You had the fire trucks right there. But you need to visit with these people and let them look at it. They represent the community. In Orange Grove, this fire department doesn't represent me. It represents the community. They're big spokesmen. Actually carry a lot of political clout in Orange Grove. Same way as Sandia. You need to visit with them and communicate to them what the man presented, and then let the rocks fall where they fall.
Anybody else?
Man, I'll be brief. I don't want to beat a dead horse here.
Yes, sir.
My name is Ruben Ramirez. I'm the fire chief, emergency management coordinator, EMS coordinator for Brooks County. After Chief LaRue died, I've been called in to do consulting for the city of Fremont, try to get their fire department up to speed, as we've been working real hard. You guys know about that. But just in the defense of you guys, I've lived in Jim Wells County in Fremont for 12 years, and I've been part of the fire service for 17 years. And ever since Judge Trevino left office, there has never been a judge that has attended, or emergency medical coordinator has attended any of the chief meetings. So that's where a lot of the need kind of fell off there. But I can tell you, I'm squirming in my seat back there, because let me start by saying this. The SAFER grant is a great opportunity for this community. Great opportunity. There's nothing better than paid fire staff in firehouses to eliminate or to shorten the response time. It was approached very, very poorly. These gentlemen in this room, the fire chiefs, myself included, are the subject matter experts of this subject. Nobody knew what was going on. Phone calls were dropping left and right last night. Nobody knew what was going on. These are the subject matter experts. They're the ones that respond to these calls day in and day out. And they need to be part of these decisions. Now we have an emergency management coordinator in Jim Wells County. Now we have a judge that cares, but we have a lot of issues. We meet all the time. The fire chiefs meet and we discuss these issues and we go round and round and round and round. I've been to fire scenes in Jim Wells County to where Jim Wells County fire chiefs have to pull their own wallet, pay for their own gas money in a fire truck to get back to the station. So there is no, the needs are there. There's small needs and great needs. This is a need. It is a need. It'd be great. But you know what? Why can't we go to our volunteers and say, hey, you know what, Mr. Robinson, you're doing a great job. I want to send you to paramedic program. I want you to be our paid firefighter here. You were born and raised here. This is your community. You have an invested interest. These are your people. Nobody's going to take care of them more than you are. That's what we can do. I'm telling you, on my side in Brooks County, if you go talk to my county judge or my city manager, he's going to tell you that I've been asking for the exact same thing for paid fire staff. House Bill 87 right now is paying for paramedics, but our people need to be there. We need to be involved with that. You can't just go, and no disrespect to Mr. Aarons here, but if he's going to be the guy, then he needs to meet with everybody and communicate with everybody. We need to collaborate with each other. So I can tell you, it was a slap in the face on one thing on that presentation, which is, I remember Juan Solis here paid money out of his own pocket to go get a CPR certification. We do 90% of that stuff. Fire prevention, American Red Cross provides us with the smoke detectors, fire prevention in schools, CPR, car seat events. We do all of it for free. Doesn't cost you guys a dime. So these gentlemen here, these team members are doing it. They're doing it. We just need to collaborate a little bit better. Right now, the major, and I think everybody here can agree with me, the primary concern is communications. We have no communications. When he was saying that he heard a page in Fremont structure fire, not even Fremont, you can hear that. So I don't know where he heard that. So we have a major, major issue. And we've been reaching out to everybody. Lance can tell you, we've been trying to reach the sheriff. You went with me to San Antonio, Judge. We know the issues. I sit on the Coastal Bend Board for Communications. There's a huge communication project going on right now, and Jim Wells is opting out of that. We got free funding. $1.5 million. There's funding there for you. RJ Thomas called me yesterday about your project, but we got to get you guys on board with the regional system. You could talk from one radio all the way from Port Aransas all the way to Brownsville on one frequency. School buses, utilities, public works, everything is on that system. We just need to communicate. You didn't know about that till I tell you, right? There's no communication there. We need to communicate. We need to be united. We need to be one team, one goal, one team. Events start local, they end local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? That being said, yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I would like to make a suggestion that maybe every time we have commissioners court, one of the chiefs from all the fire departments in Jim Wells County, at least one, can come and discuss what's going on or what programs or what do we need to apply for or how we can help.
That's a great idea.
Instead of waiting till the very end, the grant is due in 2 weeks or whatever, and we're, trying to hurry up and do something real quick and not in.
It's a two-way street, right? We got to come to you.
Yeah, I think the judge is doing a good job, communicating with them.
Yes, he has.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you have to realize January 1st, I was sworn in, and I've been to training probably more than I've been at work because of new judges training. But you all know when I was here the first time, you all know when I was running, you all know that 100% the fire departments, the volunteer fire departments have my full attention and had my money at one time. I say my money, it's not my money, it's the taxpayers' money. And everything that we're talking about today is taxpayer money, whether we like that or not. Yes, we talk about grants, and you know what? Every city that we helped when I wasn't judge, they're all fighting for the same thing. They're all filing for the same grants. They're all competing for the same money. It's very difficult. It's not an easy thing just to come and say, hey, we need to do this. No, it takes a lot. The first thing was time. I needed time. I need more time to attend. I was in training, trying to attend the Safer Grant seminar, trying to listen to that, trying to listen to when I was training. And that's a tough deal because, yeah, man, it's great. I watched YouTube videos from cities and counties, and I take that back, no counties, cities that had their own fire departments that applied, and it worked gratefully, peacefully, and everything was great. But for a county like Jim Wells, who doesn't have a fire department, it's a little different. You know, everybody has their ESDs, everybody's got their volunteer fire departments. How are we going to go in and tell them what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, and what time they're going to do it? You know, all of y'all come today to us, and you all have transformed a bunch of issues that you have. Some of them I barely heard about them today. You know, how are we going to not listen to you guys and say, hey, we're going to put some guys over here, we're going to put some guys over there? Hey, if you'd have said this back in Mr. Aaron's back in June, July of last year, and the Commissioners Court would have been able to prepare a budget to sustain something like this, it might be good. Because if we're going to sustain, you know, $1.5 to $2 million at the end of it, for a county like Jim Wells, it takes 5 to 6 years to generate that fund without raising taxes. Right now, coming this soon, and we gotta make a decision to apply by March, which I don't even know if you can get the UIE number by then, because it takes 40 days to get it. I'm not sure, you know, and then you want us to make the Commissioners Court put us on a spot right now to make that quick decision. I guarantee you, my Commissioners Court right now, they love every one of you guys. We love everybody out there in the community, and we want what the best is, you know, and we can talk about it and talk about it. The bottom line is, at the end, we have a budget. We have a budget. And when I was judge the first time, we were squeezing for everything that we've done. Now there's a little bit of money, you know, but it takes a cycle. It takes for us to go in there and work on next year's budget to put money where it needs to be put, not in the middle. You know, so we've been listening to it. I know what my decision is, because look at everybody out here, and we got the majority here telling us one thing, and we go against it. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. You know, I really do think it's a great program. I went through the training, went to the videos. It's a great program. I'm just not sure that's what's going to fit us right here, right away. That being said, I'm going to go on to agenda item number 15. Discuss, consider, and take action to authorize Jim Wells County to apply for funding through the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant SAFER program for assistance with fire and EMS services in Jim Wells County. So we have heard the presentation. Commissioners Court, do we need further discussion?
So we're throwing out the EMS. Everybody here is on fire. What about the EMS part of it? If anybody wants to opt out, can they just opt out?
We don't know that. That's what we don't know. We need a little bit of time so we can dissect this grant.
I think there's some confusion here with EMS and fire. Your issues with EMS, and I understand that, and there was some delayed responses, but I think that needs to be addressed with your EMS company. If you have a contract EMS company that takes care of that for you guys, those are conversations that you need to have with them, not with the fire department.
And that's the first I hear about that. You know, when I was judged the first time, if we had that problem, we jump on it. You know, in Sandia, Judge Canali, we had a response. We had those guys in her office, and I was there too. You know, we contract with them. So yes, we're going to, and hearing this today, they're going to get a call from us. We're going to meet. We're going to hopefully put as many people as you can in the same room, because we all have to understand also that they got a huge job. and one call calls and another calls 5 minutes later, we got 3 units. It is my plan to allow the counties that are neighboring to us and our city, that if they have the same contract with the same ambulance service as us, to do an interlocal agreement, an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, that if there's somebody who had an accident and Jim Wells County is 5 minutes away and they're in Clayburgh, we're going to be able to do that. We're going to be able to go. We have the same same alliance with the city. We have the same fire service. EMS service. We're hoping to complete an MOU with them also, because if they're in the city limits and we're in Jim Wells and their EMS unit is 2 minutes away, by contract they can't come. But we want to change that. So that's something I'm getting from this to hopefully, cut down response time to what you're saying, Commissioner. So there is things like Mr. Thomas said, and a lot of you have said, there's a lot of things that are coming up that we're working on. That's one that I'm trying to work on. So that being said, Commissioners, we have further discussion?
I have one little thing to say, Judge. There's a lot of misinformation that was floating out there about a lot of issues on this grant. I wasn't even very familiar with what it was, all of it completely. But what I question is, if we're trying to offer something that's better for our community, and with all due respect to the volunteers, you guys do a great job, all of you. And I've always been involved with you guys throughout the 4 years that I've been here. I supported with the water. I just went with some water, Highway 44 Sunday. I hauled the truck myself. But I think one of the misunderstandings we were having here was that a lot of people felt that we were bringing people in here and this is going to be your boss, so you guys are going to do whatever you want. And that's not the thing. What my question is, we have some young kids in here that are in the high school, and in the Bembo especially, they're getting an EMS training. And my issue is, Mr. Roberson, if I may, you're a certified EMT, so if you're volunteering but you're getting paid, why not get paid? And I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not putting you in a spot or anything. I'm just, if we can get people that are going to answer that, let me just okay.
Still care for my community.
Exactly.
I'm a law enforcement officer. I donate my time.
Yeah.
But you're asking for the young guys.
Yeah.
My concern that I had was, if they get hired full-time, the last thing you want to do is lose them.
No.
The county can't continue to pay.
And I understand that. Putting them in the spot as a young kid, after 4 years saying, you know what, you no longer have a job, it's over. We canceled it. But who's to say that we can't sustain it? We can't find other ways of funding it, not through tax dollars, but through other ways. The thing is, I understand clearly the time. The essence here is March 14th, the deadline, Judge? Is it?
17th.
I understand, 17th. Okay, I understand that. And Miss Blanca here, she brought some great information out there. Yes, we gotta move forward. We gotta do better for our communities. Is this the right format here? I'm not sure. Does it sound good? It sounds good, great. Can we better it? Yes, we can. I think that ultimately at the end of the day, it comes out to how we're gonna pay for the 4 years, 3 years. That's a major issue, and it is a concern to me. I don't want to put tax dollars out there and say it's gonna cost us so much money. But that's my opinion here, is that if we have people that are there that are certified and you can get funding, they're gonna be working under you. So why would it make a difference that you're gonna have somebody in there you're gonna be there from 7 to 5 and get paid for it?
The only concern I have, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, is I heard a lot of issues that were brought up about EMS. You have a contracted ambulance service that does not have a representative here.
Yes, sir.
To address these issues. EMS is 110% separate from fire service in Jim Wells County. There's not one service in Jim Wells County that is associated with the EMS service. That needs to be addressed with them as a contracted provider. You need to hold them to a higher standard, or if they're not meeting those obligations, you as the Commissioner's Court and judge have to fix that. But my concern would be and it's just like you, with you being elected officials, you're not doing it just for the 4 years that you're elected. You're looking to be reelected at the end. My concern is if these young men who we dedicate to, young ladies that's in our department, and we work so diligently to help send them through fire certification, get them certified firefighters, there's nothing better than having a local town person in the department. But if we can't guarantee that they're gonna keep that job, we're not investing in the community. We just damage the community because we're gonna go retrograde. If you remember, Ben Bolt did not have a fire department. We started that department from ground up with one old truck that we bought for $1. And we started that fire department, and it's grown to where it is today. 15 years later, we still don't have a fire station. If it wasn't for Walter Fisher and his wife, we wouldn't have a place to staff the fire station.
That's fixing to change, sir, here in
I
the near
certainly hope
future.
so.
I guarantee you. Put it in writing.
And if-
Yep, put it in, it's on record.
Is there a reason why we can't incorporate EMS into the fire department?
Well, see, that
Across the country.
that discussion,
Those
that,
discussions should be addressed by the judge at a later time, those, we're going into issues that we cannot solve today.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate all the fire departments that are here today and the citizens. Their concerns are very important to us, especially financial. And then you volunteer, you guys do a great job. And I can't say enough for you guys. You're there for us and, we really truly appreciate it. But today, I just don't see where we can move forward with the Savior grant. There's a lot of good grants out there and we approve them all the time. But there's some grants that we cannot support. And at this time, we cannot support the Savior grant, in my view. I think it should be, actually, I'd like to make a motion to no action on this line item, Judge.
okay. I have a motion for no action on this item. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a motion and I have a second. Further discussion?
Well, I wish we could have just tabled it, but oh well. The motion's already been made.
But what's
The motion is to
Because
to election.
they're short in time, but
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Gonzalez, but it's March 17th.
Yeah, I
That's
understand.
the issue. That's the issue. It's not, I have,
If you look at it now and you learn what works for it now, can't we implement that later when we do
Yes.
have time? to
that's,
implement?
that is the whole discussion, because that's what I needed to understand more about the Safer Grant. And like I said earlier, if we cannot, because I thought exactly the way Mr. Gonzalez is thinking, can we do this in 4 years? Well, I can't throw a dart in the dark and make it hit the bullseye. I can't do that. But since we have all this discussion about it now, we have time for next March. And we can see if it fits, and if it fits, and then we can develop a timeline to where we're saving that money and be able to do it. But right now, to throw a dart in the dark and then hold the taxpayers accountable for it in 4 years, I cannot take that chance. I cannot take that chance with our taxpayers.
Safer grant excluded. This is still a topic, obviously, of great. concern.
Great information. Thank you all very much.
Marty, maybe put this back on, but as a topic, maybe not including the grant, keep this on y'all's agenda.
Well, I tell you what, in the future, instead of having it as an agenda item here, we can have a workshop and everybody can freely speak about it, and we can get everybody together, like somebody said earlier, we can work together, because that's the whole thing. And that's one of my biggest, strongest proponents, that we work together, nobody beats us. If we work away from each other, one-on-one, we're gonna get beat every time.
You voted down today, it's not going away. You
No.
got
Oh, we
time
could put
to
it back.
pick it up and do a better job of communicating with the communities.
Can I say something right fast? Ms. Gonzalez, like you had mentioned, previous that, maybe having a chief represent each meeting. So each month, most everybody that's in here, we are having a meeting, every single month. It's usually the second Wednesday of the month. There at City Hall. And so we get together and we talk about, hey, what trucks do you have available? San Diego, Orange Grove, Ben Bolt, you got one truck that's down. Okay,
Is there any way we can help you fix it?
And I witnessed that because I attended in January, and I witnessed what goes on in that room. And in all actuality, I have to commend you guys, because I wish that was the way it was with all the little factions that make Jim Wells County safe and secure. And not only that, for whatever faction it is. But
We're trying.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to get to is, we are having our monthly meetings, and now me being the new EMC, I'm kind of the spokesperson, and for the group, we lead the meetings, we write down, we have agendas, and then all the concerns, I take it straight to the judge. Hey, we got a new responding system, so, we took action and got everybody the administration. We have different needs that are met. I take it straight to the judge, and the judge has never told us no, and has been there 100% to help us firefighters fulfill what needs we have.
And you also, just
Thank
adding to
you,
that,
John,
Judge, if
for
I may.
creating this great opportunity for everybody to express their views. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot, and moving forward, I think we can do better. Thank you.
Just to add on, Mr. Brown, you also have your county commissioner in place that through communication, I know Mr. Patrick Thomas is always communicating on what he needs and calls me up when he needs a tanker truck. Shane Chapa over there in Fremont, the same thing, when he's needing equipment or whatever, he calls us up. So we do have that monies available through the, which one is it, Michael? For the fire department, volunteer fire departments.
There's opportunities, guys.
We buy certain things.
And there's a lot of things that we can do.
The general
But
fund.
today, we're not voting on
One for the
those
fire
issues.
departments?
We're voting on whether to move forward on the safer grant or not. But I sure appreciate your
service,
your
first
service
of all.
because you created a great opportunity for everybody to express themselves. And that's what we need.
Thank you guys for supporting us. Rachel, thank you for.
Yes, sir.
And,
I take away from this, I'm absolutely happy with that.
Thank you.
I'm not the enemy here. I
No.
believe in fire.
And I'm sure that's not why you did it,
No, not at all. I just want to help my community.
But it opened a lot of doors and windows and a lot of stuff that we don't know. But of course, too, we've started conversating on different things that we can bring into our communities also.
You're welcome to come to our chiefs meetings, anybody. Listen to what these guys are doing and how great they are doing the job and what the goals are, because our group has goals for your community. And I think once we collaborate together, I guarantee you, maybe next year, everybody will be more than willing to sign that right behind you as a letter of endorsement for that grant.
I mean, with y'all's help, man, we could do.
And where do y'all
amazing
meet?
things.
At City Hall.
Oh, here in Alice.
City Hall here now, on the floor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I have a motion and I have a second for no action. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Ms. Nora, go ahead and mark me as an aye on that one. And Commissioners Court, I want to commend you all for that. We had a lot of good rapport with the people who really count out there. So thank you too, Mr. Arians, for bringing that to our attention. A lot of stuff has come out and a lot of stuff that we're going to address. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. I know you guys gotta go, so feel free. Thank you all very much.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to, but
Judge, can we recess?
Okay, Mr. Guerra, I'm gonna call for a recess, 5-minute recess. Okay, all right, 5 minutes.
What?
Can we do the bills? Noe, I got your back, Noe, go ahead. You good?
Has to go to the men's room.
Yeah, so do I, and I gotta tell my secretary, Noe, I'll take care of it for you. You can go, don't worry about it. No, but he has an appointment. He has an appointment.
Get with me. Let me know when.
Thank y'all, man. Thanks for coming. Yes, sir. Good. Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And we go tell my secretaries to. We're gonna have to cancel pay, but should be fatter. I see you, man. Thanks for coming. I have a meeting at noon and at 2, so let me go tell them to
I have a funeral and then at 2.
You have cause, right? Then I have a wedding at 3. Okay, Commissioners Court, back in session from recess, 11:45 a.m.
Nobody wants to listen to us anymore?
Yeah, nah.
Everybody clear down.
Us anymore?
Okay, we'll go back to, agenda item number 4, discuss, consider, and take action on minutes from previous meeting.
Move to
Motion to
approve.
approve. Second.
I have a motion and I have a second to approve agenda item number 4 as read or as stated. Any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion granted. Agenda item number 5, discuss, consider, approve budget request by county auditor to transfer 2,300 from line item 12-7, 690-999.00, reserve for contingencies, to line item 12-456-225-00, JP6 travel. I think, Noe and I discussed this. This line item is a transfer on the general fund budget for travel for precinct 6 JP.
I make a motion to
Second.
approve.
I have a motion, I have a second to approve agenda item number 6 as stated. Is there any further discussion needed? I'm sorry, that was number 5. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Judge,
Yes.
if I may, you want to move up number 20? I don't know, we wanted to,
I think he left.
he wanted to approve the bills.
Yeah, but I told him we'd take care of it for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a copy of all of them, so.
Yeah, he's got a wedding, so I think he's got a wedding. I mean,
And I think he wants to do it because he wants to send out the checks, no?
okay, so you want to see if he's there? If he's there and he wants to, I told him we'd take care
We
of it.
wanted to put the bills. Because he wanted to do it before we left on break.
So does he have to be in here for us to approve it?
I don't
Yeah, so
think
he
so.
can send, he's got to send the bills.
I know, but we can go ahead and approve it.
That's what I'm saying. I move it up so he can
Okay.
approve it, so he can send the bills.
Just do number 20.
Okay,
Due to the fact we're late. running
we
late.
have agenda item number 6. I'm gonna come back to that one. I'm gonna go up to agenda item number 12, discuss, consider, and take action on payroll and bills.
20.
20.
I'm sorry, on number 20, payroll and bills as submitted by the county auditor with exemption of Fund 52, 53, and 54.
Make a motion to approve item number 20 as presented, Judge.
And I second.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second to approve agenda item number 20 as stated. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. If you want to tell him that the number 20 got approved already, he don't have.
He's already left for the day.
He did, okay, all right, thank you. Okay,
I think he was holding here for 19.
oh, okay, 19,
Yeah, because that's the auditor's report.
yeah, we can come back to that one.
Yeah, anyway, we can do it later.
Agenda item number 6, presentation to purchase 7 new police package vehicles utilizing the TIPS USA contract number 200206 from Sealsby Fleet Group utilizing forfeiture funds.
That is correct, Judge. This is a resolution that was sent to you all, and this is a purchase that we're making in an effort to replace some of the vehicles that we have that are 2017, 2018s, and some that have over 100,000 miles on.
Is this
Make a motion to approve item number 6, Judge.
Yes, number 6.
As presented.
1 second.
Have we been approved with tips, Michael?
Yes.
It's already been approved?
Yes, actually, we found out that we already had an open account. after we
Okay.
had it on the agenda.
Yeah.
I think Martin Gibbs set one up in 2013.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what we're,
This is not the action item though.
yeah, so what we're doing is, just for the tips, we're setting the new agreement to start, not a new one, but to update the current account.
Yeah, it's not an action item, but I was just wondering.
Okay, so did I get a motion?
Yes, Lucho and Renee.
Presentation, Judge, the next one is the,
It's a presentation.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Number 7.
Okay, so,
actually, the next two are the action items for this. I don't know why we got broken down into 3 different numbers, but.
okay, so agenda item number 7, discuss, consider, and take action following the Jim Wells County Sheriff's Office to purchase, lease purchase 7 new police package Tahoes from Silsby Fleet Group using government capital to finance the lease purchase of 3 years beginning on 2024, which would be paid through the forfeiture fund. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept item number 7 is presented, Judge.
I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item number 8, discuss, consider, and take action on a resolution to lease purchase the 7 aforementioned vehicles from government capital to begin payments using the forfeiture funds in FY 2024.
I make a motion to approve
Second.
resolution.
I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, appreciate it.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. You're welcome.
This was just mine. This was just me. If I can sign it a little wrong. Let's see. So, agenda item number 9, consider appointments to the Jim Wells County Historical Commission for the term of 2023 and 2024. I think we have Mr. Pettis.
Judge, that's an item that I have representing the Historical Commission. We, every 2 years, we submit a list of names to serve as committee members and would like the Commissioners Court to approve it.
Okay, so these members of the Jim Wells County Commissioners Court Historical Commission would be J.C. Pettis, Antonio Bill, Nicole Morris, Joe Alvarez, Michael Guerra, Ruth Farrell, Betty Ash, and Becky Lutz.
Motion to approve.
Lutsky.
Just before you all vote, I spoke to JC last night, and I'm asking to be taken off that list.
That is correct, Judge.
Why?
It's kind of a memo, it's kind of a gray area about whether, since I hold an office, whether I
Can hold
it's a
two.
and it's a prosecutorial office, whether I can serve on a committee like that.
Do we have to make a motion to put somebody else, appoint somebody else, or would it come from JC?
JC was talking to some people, he'll probably come back with that last name at a future date.
Yes, we're just trying to get in touch with Mr. Vera, and we can substitute him in.
Okay, that'd be great.
See if you could take that spot.
Well, we thank you for being there, Mr. Guerra.
Sure.
I make a motion to approve items presented with excluding Mr. Guerra.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second to approve agenda item number 9 with the exclusion of Mr. Michael Guerra. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item number 10, presentation by McKinstry to present preliminary assessment of potential utility and infrastructure improvements. Mr. Jorge?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners and Judge, staff, community. Got kind of quiet and empty in here real quick. I thought they were here for my presentation, but guess not. It was just a comment, real wonderful to see that interaction between the community and the elected officials, very dynamic. I'm happy I was able to witness that. But so my name is Jorge Moreno. I'm here with McKinstry, representing McKinstry. And I do have a few slides, a presentation ready for you. If we can go to the next one. Just to kick it off real quick about McKinstry. We've been in business over 60 years. It's not how it's supposed to look, but we can keep going. So McKinstry, we're an engineering construction company. We've done work with Jim Wells about 5 years ago. We started. Our approach is, more design build. That means that McKinstry can do the design, the engineering, and also take care of the construction side. We prefer it that way because it gives us the ability to make sure it's an integrated delivery process. So it's a one throat to choke approach where one company owns the risk and makes sure that you get the results that you expect. On the next slide, a little bit about our partnership with Jim Wells. Again, about 5 years we contracted with Jim Wells. The idea was to create a project that can help address some of your infrastructure needs, but without costing taxpayers dollars. So to do that, we did an energy savings performance contract to where McKinstry would create a scope of work that will every year save you money on your utilities, your electricity, water, and gas. And there's also some operation and maintenance savings associated with that. At the end of the project, we worked with the local utility company to kind of showcase the efforts the county put into energy efficiency, and they wrote you a check for $38,000. We did phase one with the understanding there's still more work that could have been done, but we wanted to address the most immediate needs. So that was done with the understanding, hey, we didn't touch everything, and so I'm kind of back here to say, hey, we assessed your utility information, and we find that there's still more work to be done that could benefit the county and the taxpayers. On the next slide, so we looked at your utility information. So the county is spending about $130,000 every year on electricity. And as far as water at the jail, McKinstry's done great work with jails because it's a 24/7 facility and there's a lot of water usage. And there's some solutions out there that can help jails not only reduce the usage of water, but help kind of monitor that better and give the jail some assistance via, more technology-driven solutions to, from a remote location, kind of shut off the water when inmates are trying to abuse it and, cause some floor damage and so forth. And I have another slide to talk more about that. So there's still opportunities, what this is telling us. And on the next slide, you see where we did a benchmark. So back 5 years ago, we looked at your utility information and your spending or your energy use intensity, which is looking at how much energy you're using per square footage. So it doesn't matter the size, it looks at, benchmark the per square footage, you were at 32. And then after we did our project in that partnership, we got it down to 19 EUI per square foot. And so when we looked at it again over the last month, it jumped up to about 25. So it's increased a little bit since we did that project. It could be for many different reasons. And so we're here to see if the county wants to re-engage and have us look at it a little bit more thoroughly and find out why it went back up. Next slide, please. This is on your water consumption. And I believe this is mainly at the jail. So this is how much you're consuming, over 3 million gallons a year. And we find, based on our experience and having done these water management system upgrades at other jails, we think that we can save the jail about 34% on their water consumption, which equates to about $10,000 a year of savings. Next slide, please. So this is what we're proposing as far as re-engaging with McKinstry, us coming in and looking at a potential scope of work. What's needed? What's of interest to the county? We found that we could look at the water management system for the jail, see how much savings you can get out of it and how much it would cost. Speaking with Judge, there's you guys are looking at a bump in your electric rates from, I believe, 4 cents a kilowatt to 7 potentially because your contract is up. We'd like to investigate that a little further as well, maybe get other more competitive quotes to see if we can keep you lower than 7 cents moving forward. And also kind of, competition drives price many times. So I think right now you're just looking at one particular provider, and we want to open it up and get more people to bid for your business. Ozone laundry is a way to improve laundry efficiency and run times at the jail. Again, that will drive more water savings. And then HVAC replacement, we've done the job with the county about 5 years ago. At that time, we replaced some HVAC units. 5 years later, I'm sure there's some units out there that are still running on R22, which is now obsolete. It's very expensive to recharge, and are maybe just, costing the county too much money on operation and maintenance every year. So it's an investigation to see what stage, do your HVAC units look like, and is it time to maybe replace them? And then the IT telephone infrastructure upgrades, that's something, Judge, you asked us to also add there for us to look into and see if there's a better, more efficient system out there for the county. And finally, technical services is something that we do in-house, and it's basically looking at that energy use intensity, like why has it gone up? Like what's happening that we can maybe bring back to the county and say, hey, this is why the consumption has gone up over the last few years. So as far as what I'm here to ask is for us to further look into those different items and come back to the county with a proposal that you can decide whether you want to customize it, take something out, add something before moving forward into any kind of final contract. In addition to the utility savings, there's operational benefits. As you all know, lead times are pretty bad. If you have an HVAC unit that's limping along and it's going out, it's going to take a long time to get a new unit here. So the more you can be proactive, the better you'll be off, and the less money you're going to have to spend on emergency costs or temporary cooling and things like that. Next slide, please. So this is our proposal to do the investment grade audit, which is contracting with McKinsey to bring boots on the ground and do our design, our engineering work in order to come back to the county with the final proposal of what a scope of work would look like and what it would cost. We've broken it down into two milestones. One being, let us get to work first and get something back to the county to give you an idea of what this might look like, which is called the rough order of magnitude. That'll be pricing, rough pricing, and that'll be exactly what we found the issues to be and what the solutions are. And that's at $30,000. At that point in time, we'll present that in a way of a workshop to the commissioners and the judge, and you decide if you even want to move further along the investment grade audit, or basically say, no, actually, we don't want to move forward. So that's what I'm here to ask for today.
So the reason why he's here today is because, of course, we wanted to reconnect because the whole aspect of the first contract was electricity and electricity savings. And our contract for electricity is coming up in April, or March, the end of March, right? End of March. So in reviewing our kilowatts, what the electricity we use, we're using a whole lot more. We had a jump in the usage. So if we have a jump in the usage, we have a jump in how much we spend per month. So the reason we called him in and them in is to come do an assessment on where this is happening, what is causing this to go up, and also because I met with our current providers, and like he mentioned, they want to go 3 cents up 3 cents per kilowatt. So up 3 cents per kilowatt is a whole lot. So we want to try to eliminate the cost as much as we can. Of course, with the water usage, that'd be great. Also, we could save money in that aspect also. And then talking with our IT, we have a phone system that's pretty much obsolete that we need to address. And I think that we have ARPA money to address that situation, correct? So we want to bring somebody in that are professionals that know what is not good as far as our phone systems is concerned. And we want to address all these issues in one form. And this fee, once they do this assessment, they'll bring the assessment back to us. We will say we want this or we don't want this. If we don't want it, we have to pay the 55,000. If we want it, the 55,000 gets thrown into the project. So if the assessment is what we'd like to hear, and it's behooves us to do it, then we'd approve it, and the fee would just go right back into the program.
Sir, you're in a contract with us right now? Are
Pardon
you
me?
on contract with us right now?
Right now, no, sir.
No?
We're not under contract with it.
No contract? No projects you've done with us before, that they're on contract?
Not anymore. So the contract ended. Once we implemented all the work, we were on contract to do 1 year's worth of measurement and verification, where we used like the International Performance Measurement and Verification Protocol to do measurement and verification of the savings. We brought that back to the former administration. And it showed, and I have a copy of that here, it showed that McKinstry was able to meet the guaranteed savings. And at that point in time, that was the end of it.
Okay, so you came in here, you did an assessment for the lighting already before? And what are we paying on that?
We're engineering construction.
Okay.
So we did the assessment, we did the construction, the implementation of the recommended improvements like lighting, HVAC, control systems. And once we implemented those, we started to do the measurement and verification to make sure that we provide the savings are there. If the savings hadn't been there, the procurement method chosen to do this project, which is energy savings performance contract, says that if what we recommend doesn't create the savings, then we would have to make up for the difference. And so we did the measurement and verification, showed it to the former judge, and the savings were there. We met the savings, and he could have said, okay, let's do another year of measurement and verification, but he decided not to. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense? So right now, we're not under contract with Jim Wells County.
So when they came in, that's when we got all the
lighting,
but also our air conditioned systems, we got those
HVAC
thermostats that had time and all of that.
HVAC systems, thermostats.
So who's that company that came in? You did the assessment, and then we went out for procurements on
So under.
lighting system?
Right.
Changing the
We
lighting.
project managed everything. That was under us. So we.
How much did we pay for that?
The project was $1.4 million,
1.4
I
million?
think. Yes, sir.
Did we pay it up upfront? Or we're still paying for it
Oh, that's, I believe that was financed over time.
over time? So
So
how many years? 10?
I'd
So
say we're in the
we're paying over $100,000 a year for that contract, to be able to tell us that we needed to change the lighting system. Is
Well,
that
to
what it is,
get-
right? So now you're coming back and asking us if we could do an assessment with the jail, with the water, and what was the other item?
Phones,
Phones and the water.
phones,
Electricity.
electricity.
Since I've been here 4 years and prior before that, the phones have always come up. Every other year, the phones come up that we need to change them. I don't know, I just, $55,000 to me to do an assessment, it's a little.
Well, you
Aye.
start off with 30,000 and that's a breakaway fee. If you still don't like, hey, this is not going where I want, this does not look like there's gonna be enough savings. Like right now, on some of it, you're gonna spend the money anyway. If you have an HVAC unit that breaks
Because you
down.
did an assessment on electricity, we changed a lot of stuff, but yet when the judge came in here, we were paying a lot more electricity. And he questioned it, why are we paying more electricity? So I don't think that we need to, I just can't understand how we can do hire somebody to come in here and do an assessment when we can find out ourselves who's creating
Well,
all these
what
bills.
happened was, once I left,
I mean, I would have to pay $55,000 for somebody to give me an assessment? It's like me paying somebody to go to my house and tell me, where am I spending so much light at?
Well, it's not just an assessment, it's engineering work that goes into that. It's analyzing how much you're spending.
My
what
concern
rates,
is that
and-
we got a contract for $1 million and we're paying over, and now we're gonna do another one for $55,000. And I'm sure you're gonna come back and say, we need to make these changes, and we're gonna put taxpayers in the burden again to be able to pay for something that really,
I'll see what,
That's
where your
that's my
concern is.
concern.
So we did some work, right? And that work that we did was gonna save taxpayers dollars over time, because now you're saving money on your utility and your water and your gas,
But
right?
did we? The judge came in here and he questioned about a month ago, 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, that we were spending so much light. So where was that assessment done? Where
Well,
was the
had we
changes made?
remained with the county, we could have pointed to why is the electricity going up?
See, once
We stopped doing
But sir,
measurement and
we
verification.
made the changes and we're spending $1 million. And we're asking the same question, how long ago was that contract signed? And now we're asking the same question, why are we
But you
spending
have you have to realize there's a reason why. When the year I left, the new judge came in, the new judge says, we don't want nothing to do with him. And then we started changing thermostats, we started infiltrating the system that they came in. And that created problems for us. That created problems for your contract. The contract that stated that if we kept everything the way it's supposed to be, you would have the savings. You wouldn't have the problem that we're having now. And that's the issue that I have. That was a good program. That was good savings. We used taxpayer money for it, and it was just thrown to the wayside. That's not the way things should work. This was an excellent program. We were able to address all our HVAC systems, which we had major problems with. We didn't replace all of them, so I imagine we're still having those same problems. I'm not the one that's going to go up on the roof to check all these things and to make sure that all our systems are running correctly. I cannot tell you by looking at anything where we're spending more electricity. And I don't think any one of us can in here. So we're trying to bring something that is professional. That if we have a plumbing issue, we call a plumber. We don't call an electrician for a plumbing issue. And I think that's what's been happening in the past. And we can no longer do that because that creates problems and that makes us as a county spend more money. So this is why we're here now, not because of anything else. McKinstry came in, did the job, did the contract that was approved by Commissioners Court, and the approval, we got the savings that they recommended. We surpassed the savings, plus we got a rebate check. Once they said, hey, boom, it's over, we don't want you here no more, then the issues starting to occur. And that's where I'm at right now. We can no longer continue to think that we're plumbers, that we're electricians, or we're anything like that. We're not. So that's the reason why I called them back. And the reason why I called them back is because they did an excellent job when they were here the first time.
Appreciate that.
So we dropped the ball or what? Because it
It's
seems
not
to me
terrible.
that you would have,
Can you answer the question?
if there was a problem, you should have addressed the problem with us, I don't know. Actually, I don't understand the conversation we're having, actually. I know that we used to get reimbursed for electrical, then that stopped. And I really don't know where we're at. I guess that's why you want to do an assessment, I guess,
Yeah, we only took a very high level look at where you are.
Why did the electrical reimbursement stop?
I'm not sure I know what that is in
Because I
reference.
know that for 2 or 3 years, we got reimbursed from CP&L or AEP or somebody.
Sounds like you might have overpaid and they
Told y'all that
did you back.
That the county didn't want to do measurement and assessment.
To further continue with our MMB, measurement and verification, the
Measurement and
judge,
verification.
the judge at the time.
Did you ask whether it had been brought to Commissioners Court or anything? Because this is the first I hear of it, like a couple of weeks ago was the first I hear. I mean, he did this unilaterally and you didn't ask to see whether he had brought it to the court after we had invested $1.3 million to make the changes and then the judge just changed it on his own without telling anybody. And now we find out that the rebate or the refund program is voided because they made so many changes to the recommendations y'all had, suggested. So now we might still be making this, having the savings, but we don't know.
There's one slide that shows that where the county currently stands in terms of your usage, and it's not as bad as it was before McKinstry showed up.
Okay, so
To answer the other, like it was $1.4 million project, and I mean, who am I to tell the judge at the time to take it
well,
to
he didn't
Commissioner's
tell
Court?
us. I would have remembered that coming in, and I looked through the minutes, and I never saw where this court authorized reversing the improvements that we had made at your recommendation. And now, you know, we're not getting the benefit of that anymore. You know, I wish you guys had told us, you know, hey, you guys are gonna lose the guarantees that you paid for if we follow the judge's orders to quit doing this. You know, here we are 4 years later, and I just found out about it. Judge Trevino told me, I go, well, aren't we getting, we're supposed to save X amount per year, and if we don't, Zach Christensen said, McKinstry's gonna come and we're gonna give you a check to make up the difference. If we're guaranteeing you're gonna save $130,000 a year, and you only save 105, we're gonna show up with a check for 25,000 to make you whole. That's what Zach came in here and promised. And then, you know, it got reversed, and nobody was told, and now we find out that guarantee is no longer valid.
But was it reversed or was it just no return?
No, the judge didn't,
The
the
judge
judge
told-
didn't want to sign the
That's
contract.
just hearsay. Why wouldn't he have brought it to the court?
He's telling you that the judge told him not.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's telling me.
We have his signature on paper saying, we want to discontinue the measurement and verification moving forward.
So you can't really, it's, you know, we paid for something that now we're not getting, okay? But whose fault is that? You know, the judge for doing it, or them for not telling us that the judge wanted to do it? So
Well,
that you
not
could-
this judge.
Well, I would think that if you were gonna invest $1 million on something, you would have come back and said, somebody would have come back and told us, hey, guys, you guys are gonna miss out on this, y'all better change your mind, or take it to Commissioner's Court, and not just include the judge itself, because yes, I understand the judge signs the contracts, but it's gotta go to the Commissioner's Court. You know, so I don't understand how somebody could have that big of an investment and we were just gonna let it go.
How are you gonna
You know,
blame, how are you gonna
again-
blame the company that we hired when the judge signed that paperwork?
Because that should be the best interest of that company to represent our county. That's what it should be.
Well, the judge is representing your county.
He should have come over and told us, told the Commissioner's Court,
Trying to
not
hold-
just the
you're-
judge.
You're trying to hold him
Well, we
accountable for
never-
something he couldn't control.
And we didn't know at the time.
But you're here today asking me to do an assessment. So why wouldn't you have come here or somebody come here and say, guys, you all dropped the ball here?
He's here because I asked him to come here. That's why he's here.
But another thing is, the judge would have had to approve to put him on the agenda, and he wouldn't have if he signed against it. Right?
The bottom line is we have issues we gotta address. That's the bottom line right here. We can beat a dead horse and tell them about a contract that was null and void by the previous judge. And you're trying to beat him up for that. He had no control over that. No, I'm talking about Commissioner. He's trying to beat him up for that, which he had no control over.
No, I'm not trying to be.
By the way,
Yeah,
I'm
at
not
the
trying
end
to
of
beat you up, sir.
year
What I'm trying
one,
to find out here is
Yeah, yeah.
where our money is going from our taxpayers. That's what I want to protect.
At
Because
the
if we're
end of
spending $1
year
million
one-
and then now we got to go into another assessment, like when does that end?
at the
You
end
know,
of
and
year
then- and
one,
then
the
one of us
savings
will
were
be
there.
gone, and then it changes. In fact, when I came in, my office, they had all those thermostats and everything. It's all gone.
That's the problem.
So
That's the problem.
no. But what I'm saying, I took it off because nobody knew how to run them.
You took him off?
Well, we took them off. So nobody knew how to run. Nobody there knew how to run them.
Should've made a phone call. Should've called them.
I made to who? How would I know that? So I made to our maintenance people, and they didn't know. So nobody knew anything. So what are we supposed to do? How many other people went through that?
Okay.
So
I mean,
Okay, so-
we
we
still
still
get phone calls from the county on some of the things that we've done, the thermostats, or it's not working, the lighting. So they still have our number, the maintenance staff. And as far as the savings, at the end of year one, the program was working. it was generating the savings that we promised and guaranteed. So
We have,
so
right
the
now, we have
judge
this
might,
guy on
at the
trial.
time said, hey, this is working, I don't need you to continue to measure it. And again, I'm not gonna go against.
Maybe I just have a sour taste in
elected
my mouth
official.
because I've been through this before, when in a previous board, and the same thing happened. So that's why I'm not supporting it. But go ahead, keep your. Go ahead.
Okay, we have a presentation. I'm gonna go ahead and go into agenda item number 11 to discuss, consider, and take action for Jim Wells County to enter in a contract with McKinstry to perform the investment grade audit. That being said, can I entertain a motion?
I make a motion that we enter into a contract with McKinstry to perform the investment grade audit.
Do I have a second? I put this on the agenda, so I will second that motion.
Okay, so now there it creates a discussion, Judge.
Yes.
You know, can you revise the contract? Like, where to be at a no cost or maybe at a lesser cost? Can the contract be
Amended or?
amended and to where it costs the county less monies?
I think that's why you put in that milestone for the county to have somewhere in between to break away if it's not going in a direction that pleases the court or that's in the best interest to you guys. We're not making any money on the investment grade audit. So as far as like, we don't have any more else to cut cost. We're gonna have resources here on site. We're gonna have engineers doing the work. And so as far as cutting, like there's nowhere to cut off any more meat.
I think the bad taste here is that, you know, we entered into a $1.4 million contract and then I didn't even know until to this day that the judge had signed off on it. I think we should have been notified. You know, that's what I can't, I can't comprehend, you know, but anyway, saying that, you know, it's, I'm okay with the contract. I just don't feel that we need to pay a fee to do it, you know, be honest with you.
We've done some work. Typically, we do like a preliminary assessment that we've
think
already
we,
looked at
actually,
your utilities.
I think it should be tabled, so where the judge can communicate with you guys, you know, on something that we can actually approve. But anyway, but there's a motion in the second, so.
Because we come to a contract with electricity by the end of March.
Huh?
By the end of March, we have to find a new.
Yeah, but we still have a month to go. We have 2 more commissioners court meetings. And the judge can communicate with them and see what, if, you know, there's something that can be done about the contract. I would think, I don't know.
I am not,
You know, I just don't know who's at fault. That's my biggest problem. And to repay again is another problem that I have, you know, so.
Well, here we're talking about additional work, work outside of anything we've ever looked
Right,
at.
right.
We're talking electric contract negotiations, telephone, IT infrastructure, HVAC equipment that we didn't look at the first time around. So this is a whole new phase of work that's different than anything we've ever looked into before.
okay, I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Sign.
Hey,
Nays got it. Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Number 13, discuss, consider, and take action to assign the use of the ATV trailer declined by Constable. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, I skipped over number 12. Agenda item number 12, discuss, consider, and take action to enter a little interlocal agreement with the Nueces River Authority and Jim Wells County for floodplain management services.
Good afternoon. How are y'all doing today? Travis Pruski, Director of Planning for the Nueces River Authority. I had a meeting with the judge a few weeks ago to discuss floodplain administration that we could offer the county. If you guys are interested in, we have a floodplain management program where we help counties do their floodplain administration, but at a reduced cost as of hiring someone to do the process for you. We offer it to take care of all of your flood planning needs, to look over all your permits, any application that comes in. Also, very importantly, is we help look at your current regulation, ordinances, and those types of things to help make suggestions on things to help improve the y'all's plans to hopefully make sure the growth that comes to the county is the best management practices moving forward. Being that we are also the regional floodplain administrators for the whole Nueces Basin, all 26 counties, which includes Jim Wells. So we've been doing a study for the past about 2.5 years now, overlooking all the counties, looking at all the ordinances, look at all the flood issues. And so we feel that we're very well equipped to help Jim Wells in this category. I'll be happy to ask or answer any questions that you guys may have.
This came about when we had a meeting, and he notified me that they had that service, and right now the Commissioners Court had approved me to restructure the safety department down there. This is one of the issues that we're trying to address. We don't have a floodplain manager, and I think I believe that the floodplain manager, it's better if through an engineering firm, through somebody who knows more than we do about that. The floodplain manager must get training, must get take a test and get certified. But I think that type of work is better suited on a engineer's back instead of somebody that's working for us right now.
Just to clarify that statement, it's our floodplain administrator is a licensed floodplain administrator, not a engineer. Those are different, but he's a 15 years licensed floodplain administrator who oversees that department. So you have 15 years of experience of specializing in floodplain and management.
And right now I'm bringing this to you guys because y'all gave me permission to restructure. We have an option. This is one of the options. Can you let us know how much the cost is?
It's $35,000 a year, and it's a 1-year contract. So we'd come back every year to renew it. That y'all are happy with our services. So it's $35,000 for 1 year services, and each year we would be coming back. We asked that $35,000 be spread out through monthly payments, easier for our accounting, and I believe yours as well.
So you all get involved when?
Any development plannings that come through the Commission Court, if it's new subdivisions, business, whatever development that comes in, you would then turn that over to us to make sure it meets all floodplain requiremements. Is it in the flood zone? Is all of there? If it's big subdivision, do they have the proper drainage? Do they have retention ponds? There's every project is a little bit different, but that's what you would be giving it. Would be your experts on those.
So we have to tell you the need, like if there's a subdivision is going to be created, we go to you and you assess the elevations or whatever.
Correct. Y'all would give us that need. Once we do these, we're in Duval County right now. We help them as well. We try to come to all your commissioners' courts as much as humanly possible. We don't make 100%, but we're become part of the community, and we'll be looking at agenda items that come on. And if we see something that, hey, if you haven't notified us, like, hey, you might want us to look at this, we'll bring that to your attention. And then we'd also like to start looking at your existing regulations and things throughout the county and see if any of those there can be improvements with that as well, to help better protect the community. And I mean, growth is coming our way. I know in Orange Grove, we're helping their community with their water and wastewater systems. They've got several new subdivisions that are coming into town and just outside of city limits, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon, especially in that corridor.
I want to say something, Judge. Sir, I've been doing septic systems for over 22 years, and the floodplain manager, it's always tied in with that. We haven't had one, the county judge, it's always been under the county judge. We just did an inspection in Libo County last week, and I met the lady that's the floodplains manager for the county. We're gonna pay $35,000, and we can train somebody who's already working here. I would feel more comfortable having somebody sitting here already. No disrespect to your program, to your system, to your company, sir. I just feel that that's 35, 55 earlier, that's $90,000. If we're gonna restructure, I'd rather have that in-house. That's my opinion.
Not a problem. You have your opinion. And I don't, this is an option that we have. I'm not here saying we have to do this or anything like that. This is an option that we have. Judge Gonzalez, he has, Commissioner Gonzalez, might as well be the judge.
Hey, hand it over, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Joke, it's a joke, Judge.
Yeah, I better show my mouth.
So you want to table it, Judge, or?
Well, I think it gives an opportunity to at least discuss it. Because we've been without it for a long time, and that's becoming a big issue because people are building where they're not supposed to build, and then they're looking at us to pull them out if there's any issues. And whether it's the right thing or the wrong thing, we must. Well, I think it's the right thing because in the long run, we save them money. We save them money not building in a floodplain. So either way, the Commissioner's Court would like to go. If y'all want to table it, I'm fine. If they want to just throw it into the restructure, I'm fine with that too. I'm just bringing you an option because you all deserve to know what is going on.
If I may add to that, Commissioner, is that with the floodplain administration, we do, like I said, the ordinances. We also help communities that we work with look for funding to make infrastructure improvements. We work with the Water Development Board. We work with the Texas Department of Agriculture on different projects that can be funding. So we'll be y'all's advocate to also be doing, not just doing the floodplain administration. We'll be helping, hopefully finding funds to help make improvements throughout the county as well.
Yeah, and to add, you done? Okay. And to add to what you were saying earlier, just when people are doing subdivisions, all that required within our policies for the county.
Who's doing it? That's the issue.
Okay, no, I understand.
The guy before that left, which is Mr. Farrell, not sure how many permits he ever issued, and we were paying him a stipend of, I think, $15,000. He left, Judge Rodriguez says, I'll take it over. I asked last week, how many permits did the judge issue under his authority under the FPM? We couldn't find any. So what's happening is that it's not happening. We have an ordinance in place, and it's not being implemented, it's not being followed. And then we get people who, we've had some folks come in here and say, hey, the flooding in my place is so bad, when's the county gonna do something? Well, you built in a dry creek bed. And if you had gone through this process before, we would have been able to tell you that you either need to build up or move your construction site somewhere else.
And some of them build where there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, and that was a question I had. Let's say we get an OSSF permit application, and it's just a one-off somewhere out in the brush. We all come and look at that.
Absolutely. And our floodplain administrator is actually a licensed OSSF agent as well, so that he can look at that together. We don't want to take any work away from on the OSSF, but we'd be happy to look at that. One of the key things that we have found in our 26 county study of in our regional flood planning for the state is that a lot of counties have ordinances, but enforcement is a huge issue. Who's going to do this? And what we found out of the 26 counties, I believe 18 of the floodplain administrators were the county judge, and I think only 2 of them knew that they were the floodplain administrators. We had Winter Storm Uri, we had COVID, there's always something going on, and some things get left off. And one of the benefits is us that we won't let things get lift off, but we also leave some insulation to the court is better than not. We can be the bad guys and tell people, no, you're against your ordinances. This is our job to make sure that we're protecting you guys. So we do have that benefit to do those things for you.
And I don't think it's an easy job at all.
Going back to that deal, Judge, if you could have remembered, I came to your office one day because you had assigned a certain individual in there, and I questioned it as an installer. And going back to what Michael is saying, if we put somebody in that position, we just got to hold them accountable for it. If we give them the right training, put them out there, it's local. It's like any other position, even our positions, we got to hold people accountable for it. And if we do that, I can't see why we can't keep $35,000 in here. Perhaps it wouldn't even cost us $35,000.
I can tell you what, you want to talk about accountability? There has not been any accountability in several positions till January 1st. Now y'all want me to hold everybody accountable. I'm bringing you because you all request, you all want people to start doing their job, and I'm bringing you all suggestions. And that's what we're here now, but you're not for the suggestions, you want for what you want.
No.
It's what's best for the county, even if we have to spend money on it. This is why they give us the opportunity, because we protect our own people from the county, sometimes from their own self, because sometimes they may get a property that's cheaper, but it's in a floodplain. We want to protect that guy from doing that, making those decisions and building on it, because then he can't get insurance on it and all that kind of stuff. And I see your point too. I like I say, we can go either way. These guys, once again, we're trying to call a plumber for an electrician job. I mean, it is what it is. So these guys have all the experience. The Commissioners Court wants to go with it. Let's do it. If not, we can go the other route too.
If you hire somebody in-house, if you hire somebody full-time, the salary in the fringe is gonna be more than $35,000.
But nobody said that.
If you contract it out, you gotta find somebody that's qualified. That's not gonna be easy here either. And just pay them, like per job or something like that, and maybe you come in under $35,000 if you do it that way. But we don't have a county, we've got ordinances that talk about having the county, our subdivision regulation, for example. Talk about the county engineer doing this and doing that and certifying this. We don't have a county engineer. We don't have a county surveyor. Mr. Lopez didn't sign up for re-election. We have a vacancy there. It's hard to find people to do these, and they're like kind of set up as a regional. You serve several counties, correct?
Yes, it's the Nueces River Authority. This is the division of our river authority.
And as we have more growth, and most of the growth right now is in Orange Grove, up by the lake. You talk about the subdivisions up there.
And going back that way to San Diego too.
We need somebody that knows to review these things and make sure, because we don't have a county engineer. Mr. Dean comes to us periodically, and we're asking him to have, his engineers sign off on it, on the queue that he has over on 146. I didn't know we had some more up in Orange Grove that are already starting.
There's been some planning because we're working on their water systems, and they have concerns about their water lines that are going out to certain regions that they service.
The work that they do is so valuable because they do it before the construction occurs. If you find the problem after it's already built, then you're limited in what you can do as a workaround. So you can do it either way. Just think about
I think I'd like to make a motion to approve. It's a 1-year contract. If it doesn't work out, then we can go a different route.
Absolutely.
And I think it's very important because, we get, as our economy grows, so will the subdivisions. And I think we need to provide that service.
I second the motion.
Appreciate that.
So I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
I oppose.
Motion carries.
I appreciate that very much. Javier Ramirez is our floodplain administrator. I'll have him at one of your next commissioner courts to introduce himself to the court. And then I will meet with the judge in the county clerk's office to get everything set up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You voted.
Yeah, aye. Thought you said I had a phone call. I said, phone call, I didn't ring. Agenda item number 13, discuss, consider, and take action to assign the use of the ATV trailer declined by Constable Precinct 3 to another office or department of Jim Wells County.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This agenda item is being brought before you as a result of having spoken with our county auditor, Mr. Noe Gomez. If county commissioners will recall that a budget was approved for the constables for the purchase of 4 ATVs and 4 trailers, with the exception of Constable Davila opting out of receiving an ATV. It's my understanding that Constable Long has declined accepting the ATV. And so what we need to do, because we need to track these ATVs and the county auditor has to keep track of them, we just wanted to bring this before the county commissioners for one, to notify you that
Is there anybody that's interested, or?
we Constable Davila is going to.
Okay, so he wants to
yeah.
take it over.
Yeah, I mean, these ATVs and trailers is paid for through ARPA funds, but the equipment belongs to the county. So we're not assigning ownership to any individual. We just need to be able to, ID the
Yes,
equipment.
I'll make a motion to keep
I'll
it
second.
within the constables, I guess.
To keep it within the constables or to, or
No, he's
who's
gonna-
going to?
To
Send it
assign it
to-
to the.
Yeah, it's the
Constable Davila.
Constable Davila will now take use of it.
Oh,
We'll
use
take
of-
the
okay.
possession
Then
of
it's gonna be
it.
assigned to him.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Assigned.
Right,
Yes.
right. Not a problem. I have a motion and a second. Let me get this correct. That y'all want to, the motion was to approve the motion and it be assigned to Constable Davila.
Sure.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 16, discuss, consider, and take action to appoint Jim Wells County members to the TERS Board. Number 3, City of Alice, Saddle Creek Development Program. So this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Guerra, these were originally done back in 2014, right? Or
It was before I was here.
Up in the San Antonio area.
Helped us with this. And this is a tax increment reinvestment zone, which is, it offers incentives to developers that they kind of get a,
Tax defer.
the taxes, that the additional taxes that are raised by the development of the subdivision that increases the value of the property, that money be reinvested into streets and infrastructure in that particular subdivision. So my only question is, I'm not sure how many members we're allowed to appoint to.
I think we had, let me see if I can get this.
And I believe Saddle Creek, if I'm not mistaken, is over off of North Duval.
You don't by chance have a copy of the one that the city approved? Or can you get it online, Ro?
Oh,
It's
it's
over
the
there
one-
by Wyoming and
Yeah.
Oregon.
Yes, off of North, yes. correct.
Yes.
Between the one from 2017. Management of the zone. The zone board shall be composed of 9 members, as provided under section 311.009. However, Jim Wells County shall have the right to have an individual appointed to the zone board as provided by statute. There is how many of the 9 come from us, because this is an interlocal with the city of Alice. So out of the 9 9, I don't know if it's 5 to 4 for them or 4, you know.
Did you get the email from Arlene? I think she sent a copy of it, of what they did. I should have printed it out when I,
So do we have the list of the people we're gonna appoint, or?
no, we have to appoint somebody from the board, from the
Okay,
commission.
but just one,
I think it's just one.
and they get the, who appoints the rest? How do we approve the rest, or?
They appoint
They-
some, okay. Oh, we only have one. The following members are, this is what our.
I want to say Margie, you were the one appointed.
That's your area, number? That's your area?
Arlene just said this, this was for 2023, February 21st. They have appointed basically their whole city council, 5, the mayor and the 4 council people. And number 6 says Jim Wells County Commissioners Court appointee. So
One, yeah. So I think you were already appointed, but the appointment overlaps, so we just got to reappoint you, if that's what we say here.
I'll make a motion to accept, to appoint Margie Gonzalez to the TRZ board number, the Saddle Creek Development Program Board.
Number 3, yes. I'll second.
So I have a motion, I have a second to appoint Ms. Margie Gonzalez. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item number 17, discuss and consider and take action to enter into a memorandum of agreement of an understanding with the city of Alice for the purpose of revitalizing the downtown Alice district and attracting greater business traffic thereto.
Yes, Judge, this is an agenda item that is before you to approve a memorandum of understanding. As you all will recall, Jim Wells County and each of the commissioners held different community participation meetings throughout their precincts. And Commissioner Ventura Garcia held one on February 17th of 2022, where community participation and input from the citizens was received in order for us to be able to identify and rank what those priorities were in each of your precincts. Commissioner Ventura Garcia, the priority that was identified was the need for downtown improvements in the form of parking, planters, revitalization, beautification, in order to stimulate economic development within those downtown businesses. Commissioner Garcia is going to donate or use his ARPA funds, I should say, is using his ARPA funds towards the efforts of the city of Alice to make those improvements, keeping within the priorities that were identified. And he's asked me to read the memorandum of understanding, and if I can, do we do it? Yeah, I'll summarize it. Basically, whereas Jim Wells County represents that its governmentality under the laws of the state of Texas is desiring to purchase some of the equipment, fixtures, and amenities for the downtown revitalization. And whereas in order to advance those downtown efforts, Jim Wells County Precinct 2 Commissioner Ventura Garcia authorizes allocating the American Rescue Plan and ARPA funds to assist the city of Alice in those efforts to beautify, revitalize, and improve in infrastructure improvements. So basically, we're asking the Commissioners Court to approve.
Make a
You
motion.
want to make the announcement of how much money it is, that way it could be.
Yes, sir. The funds will be for $200,000 for revitalization and beautification. Not to exceed $200,000.
Not to exceed, yes.
This is not a pass-through, we're not giving them money.
Yeah.
They're giving us a list of the items they need. County will purchase them.
With
and we'll
invoices.
Deliver the goods, not the cash.
Yeah, it's,
And if it's less than 200, well, then
And the reason I asked that, Ms. Moran, is because I know there's some people asking out there what we have done with our ARPA funds. And so just trying to be transparent with the communities and let them know this is what's happening.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr.
I
Garcia,
make a
good deal.
motion to approve to enter into a
second it.
memorandum of understanding with the city of Alice.
I have a motion and I have a second to approve agenda item number 17 as stated. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item number 18, discuss, consider, and take action to approve county treasurer's report.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Discuss, agenda item number 19, discuss, consider, and take action to approve auditor's monthly report.
Can we just table that?
We can,
You wanna,
yeah, we can approve it. I mean,
you're gonna,
yeah. This is the county auditor's monthly reports. On the auditor's monthly report, let's see. This is, let me make sure this expenditures. You have actual total revenues for the month of January are $8,579,507.07. That's 34%. That should be increasing every month until taxes are all collected. And for the expenditures for the month of January, we've expended $1,529,844.69, which that kept us, I guess, let's see, at 92% variance. So we spent 8% of our budget in the first month. Okay. Y'all have an opportunity to review this?
Yes, I reviewed it and I'm okay with all of it, Judge. I make a motion to approve.
A second.
Just one more thing, our sales tax, the sales tax revenues that were collected were 285,000. Man, I can barely see that number, man, probably.
There was an
Prescribed,
increase.
though.
Which was
Prescribed. $285,872.78.
672.
600? Margie, you see good? Oh, there you go. Margie's smart. There you go. And that was an increase from last year by
11%.
11.32.
11.32%. $29,050.72. No. Is there any, I got a motion in a second, right? Is there any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Judge, if I may, yeah, this is the last one. Okay, if I may, I'd like to thank Mr. Representative Terry Canales. He, Margie, you got one yourself?
Yes, I
Certified
got
Texas
one
flag
too.
capital for the flag. We were out there on February 14th at the Capitol, so thank you very much.
Yeah, we were out there
Canales.
for
Jim Wells County.
Jim Wells County Day, and he gifted us flags that have been flown.
Certified.
Yeah, certified flags have flown over the Capitol. Our Representative Terry Canales, we really appreciate you very much. Thank you. Agenda item number 21.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Any further discussion needed? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
To the call.
I know.